Test, test. Mic test. Test. Good evening, council. We're going to call our special council meeting to order for Wednesday, October the 11th, 2023 at 6:02 p.m. Number 2 on our agenda is a declaration of pecuniary interest. Any members have any declarations of pecuniary interest tonight? Seeing none, we'll move on to the approval of the agenda. We have a motion that the agenda of the special council meeting for October the 11th, 2023 be approved as presented. A mover, please. Councillor Marshall, a seconder. Councillor Waters. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Number 4 is regarding in-camera items. We have 4 items this evening. We have a motion that in accordance with the Town of Pantanguishene Procedural Bylaw 2023-50, the Council of the Town of Pantanguishene move into an in-camera session to discuss a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, labor relations or employee negotiations, litigation or potential litigation affecting the municipality or local board, including matters before administrative tribunals. Advice as subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. And we have again the 4 items. One's a verbal update from the CEO regarding Main Street Building Collapse legal and insurance update. 2 is a presentation from Director of Human Resources regarding collective bargaining of QP Local 2380-08. 3 is a presentation from Director of Human Resources regarding Volunteer Firefighter Association. And 4 is Fuller Avenue Pole Anchor Easement Expropriation, ENG 2023-010. I'll look for a mover. Councillor Leroux and seconder, Councillor Vadebonker. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. And we'll move into our in-camera meeting room.
Those of you standing in the back, you're welcome to come right up to the front. There's 4 chairs, front row. For those of you just joining for the public meeting, it will happen shortly after 7 o'clock. We have a meeting that's running a little bit late. But if you have not signed in, there is a sign-in sheet on the back desk.
Thank you for attending. We had a 6 o'clock council meeting, which we're just finishing up. So give us a couple minutes. We're just going to wrap up the formality of this meeting. We'll get into why you're here tonight. So moving on from our meeting, we have motion 4B. I have a motion that council of the town of Pantangation rise from an in-camera session with a report. I'll look for a mover. Council LaRue, seconder, Deputy Mayor LaRose. Comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. 5 is reports from our in-camera meeting that was just held. So 5.2 is a presentation regarding from the Director of Human Resources regarding collective bargaining with CUPE Local 2380-08. And I have a motion that the council provide delegated authority to the Chief Administrative Officer to negotiate with CUPE Local 2380-08 group as outlined within this report. I'll look for a mover. Councillor Marshall, seconder. Councillor Waters, further comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. 5.3 is regarding the presentation from the Director of Human Resources regarding our Volunteer Firefighter Association. I have a motion that council provide delegated authority to the Chief Administrative Officer to negotiate with the Volunteer Firefighter Association as outlined within the report. I'll look for a mover. Councillor Marshall, seconder. Councillor Waters, further comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. And 5-4 is regarding Fuller Avenue pole anchor easement expropriation. And I have a motion to proceed as directed in camera. I'll look for a mover. Councillor LaRue, seconder. Councillor Vadaboncoeur, further comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. 6 is our question period from the media and public regarding the 6 o'clock meeting that we just did. I know there's lots. We'll get to you. Any questions regarding our 6 o'clock meeting? Seeing none, I'll look for a motion to adjourn at 7:04. Moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor LaRue. All in favor? And opposed, and that is carried. We're going to recess for 5 minutes. We'll get back together in 5 minutes. We'll get started with our council agenda. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm going to call our council meeting to order for Wednesday, October the 11th, 2023 at 7:11 p.m. Thank you to everyone for attending tonight. We don't get this every council meeting, but most. But thanks for attending tonight. We know that there's a lot of people here that want to talk about many items. So that's the forum. That's why we're here. I'll just go over a little bit about how we'll do business and how we do what we do. So we are having a public meeting tonight regarding a planning aspect for Fuller Avenue. So when that time comes up, you're more than welcome to come to the podium and speak. So when that comes up forward at the time, we'll invite you to the podium. We have another item on the agenda this evening called open forum. That's where any member of the community can speak to an item on the agenda. So we'll invite you at that time when it's appropriate. We'd like it to be succinct. We don't want everyone saying the same thing all the time, but succinct things to bring forward for council's consideration. We'd ask that you come to the clerk just to register and sign in. That's part of our procedure bylaw update that we've just brought in place, which is tonight's our first time bringing that open forum together. So the clerks are here. Steve can give a wave. If you haven't already signed in with our clerk, just make your way over. We'll just sign a document and we'll invite you when the time is right to the open forum. Did I miss one?
Yes, Your Worship. So just the clarity between the public meeting for Fuller, you're going to be offered an opportunity from the mayor to speak. An open forum is just about general items. If you want to speak, we have the registration book here on this back table. The third item, which I think a lot of people are here for, is from Burkeville, I'm assuming. Okay. That is, again, another item related to a notice of motion. But if there were comments that wanted to be spoken to, it's certainly up to the mayor whether that becomes a discussion item or if it falls under the open forum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you for that. The Burkeville comments, if anyone wants to make it, we'll make that during the open forum. So when we read the motion tonight, that'll be council's time to debate that motion. So if you're here and you want to speak to this part, when we invite you for open forum, that's when you can speak. There will be a presentation by members, but again, if you do, make your way to the clerk and we'll invite you to speak at that time, okay? Again, thank you to everyone for coming. We're going to start our meeting with our second part, our land acknowledgement, and I'll start us off. Penetanguishene respectfully acknowledges that we are on the traditional and treaty territory of the Anishinaabe people and their ancestors, now known as the Williams Treaties First Nations territory. This includes Chippewa Tri Council, comprised of Bosley First Nation, Rama First Nation, and the Georgina Island First Nation. Alderville, Curve Lake, Hiawatha, and Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nations. Also once home of the Huron-Wendat and more recently the historic settlement of the Métis, Penetanguishene is now home to many Indigenous peoples. Penetanguishene is proud of its Indigenous name and more importantly, that for thousands of years it has been and will continue to be an important homeland and gathering place for Indigenous people. We recognize that we are the stewards and caretakers of these lands and waters and are responsible to ensure that our Mother the Earth is here for future generations. I turn it to Councillor Marchand, if you can guide us through, sorry, I'm off my kilter, through the council commitment in French, and I'll ask council if we can stand.
Nous sommes reconnaissantes de nombreuses grâces accordées à Penetanguishene et à ses citoyens dont la liberté, les possibilités et la paix dont nous jouissons. Que nous soyons des intendants dignes de tout ce qui nous a été confié. Nous demandons que toutes les personnes présentes et celles qui n'ont pas pu se présenter nous aident à promouvoir une bonne gouvernance. Que nos décisions à tir de membres du Conseil soient éclairées et que nous soyons toutes renforcées à prendre conscience de nos devoirs et responsabilités. Que l'on nous accorde la sagesse, la connaissance, la volonté et la compréhension qui nous permet de préserver la bonne fortune de la ville au bénéfice de tous, ainsi que de faire de bonnes lois et prendre des sages décisions. Merci de votre présence.
Thank you, Councillor Marchand. Councillor Leroux.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council commitment for the town of Penetanguishene. We are grateful for the many gifts which have been bestowed on Penetanguishene and its citizens, including the gifts of freedom, opportunity, and peace that we enjoy. May we be worthy custodians of all that has been entrusted to us. We ask that all in attendance and those who could not be here assist us in promoting good government. May our decisions as members of council be enlightened, and may we all be strengthened in our awareness of our duties and responsibilities. May we be granted the wisdom, knowledge, will, and understanding to preserve the good fortune of the town and for the benefit of all, and to make good laws and wise decisions. Thank you all for attending.
Thank you, Councilor Leroux. Moving on to number 4 is our approval of the agenda. I have a motion that the agenda of the regular council meeting for October the 11th, 2023 be approved as presented. A mover, Councilor Marchand, seconded by Councilor Leroux. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. 5 is declaration of pecuniary interest. Any members have a declaration of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. Oh, sorry, Councilor Drush.
Yes, so I will be declaring a conflict of interest for item 13, I believe. No. Item 14, and it will be regarding the committee of the whole report related to finance and corporate services section, and it'll be item 4 in those minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Drush. I'm sure the clerk has that. Any further declaration of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, if you're presented with one at a time, please bring that forward. 6 is our open forum. So again, this is the new thing that our council just brought forward. We heard from members of the public, and we've had that. So it's now in our procedural bylaw. It's an opportunity for you to have a conversation with council. So tonight there'll be some motions before us, but this gives you an opportunity to speak to council, give a different viewpoint for our consideration before it's debated and discussed and voted on tonight. So what we would ask you to do is, again, to register with the clerk. We'll invite you to the podium. We'd like to keep your comments succinct. If you are here regarding the public meeting for the property on Fuller, please wait. We'll be having that session a little bit later. So if you are here for Burkeville, which we'll talk about later, if you've registered with the clerk, we'll invite you to the podium. If you're here for any other matter on our agenda, you can come to the podium. I'll get you to go to the podium. We'll have our staff key up the mic, and you can address council. Who's first?
Your worship, I don't believe we have anyone registered on open forum as now.
Who would like to be first?
I think just considering the circumstances, we can let someone go up and we'll make sure. Again, I'll just make it clear verbally. The purpose of the registration is just to understand the rules around open forum, that there are guidelines and restrictions. So we'll just, it's new. So we're gonna, your worship, you'll interrupt them if there's a problem.
Okay. Do any members wish to speak to council tonight? So just for everyone's purpose, this is not meant to be a debate with staff. It's meant to have proper decorum and respect to bring new items forward for council's consideration. Okay. If you don't mind just letting everyone know your name and your topic, and welcome.
Thank you very much. Yes. For those that don't know me, I'm Jill Sanama. And I just wanted to make a statement regarding Burkeville School. I know it will not be a popular statement, but it is a statement. And I do think council should keep it in mind when they're making their decision this evening. It's a very creative plan in the idea of exchanging land with Burkeville and then with the county of Simcoe for affordable housing. But it is not a municipal responsibility to fund schools. It is the responsibility of the Ministry of Education. And I don't believe that we should be getting involved in that aspect. Burkeville had an opportunity to purchase the land at 51 Dufferin back when it was being sold by the Simcoe County Board of Education, and the Ministry of Education did not support the land purchase at that time. And again, it is not a municipal responsibility to be funding schools, period. So I bet Burkeville has an excellent reputation, which explains why they're overcrowded. But again, I think you guys should think long and hard before you make that decision. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments this evening. Do any other members wish to come to the podium and make comments or statement? You're more than welcome to. You're more than welcome to.
I take advantage of the crowd. And my name is Hubert Taberge. I work at the French radio of CFRH. So if you have a matter, if you want us to, I'm the journalist there. So if you want us to talk about your problem or your things, you can come to me, even if it's a French radio. I can take your comment in English, translate it, and put it on the radio. We have a nice radio. So maybe once you come to talk here, I'm gonna waiting for you there, asking you some comments. You are free to talk or no. So my name is Hubert, and I'm gonna be pleased to talk to you.
Thank you, Bear. Questions directed to council. Any members of public have anything they'd like to bring forward to council? Wow, thank you. We'll move on. Next is statement of members. It's an opportunity for members of council to share with members of the public the work that they've been doing and supporting our municipality. I'll just start off by stating, many members of council participated in our Legion Week celebrations in the town. I think the Legion does fabulous work in our community. We did a flag raising. We participated in the open house. So it was great to participate in that, as well as the great emceeing by Hubert at the Franco-Ontarian celebrations at Champlain-Wendat Park was great. And thank you for your work and for everyone's participation. I think that was a tremendous work. And again, the unveiling of our Angels project was great, as well as our flag lowering for the Truth and Reconciliation, and supporting where we can our CEO and staff for the work that's been going on with our main street. So that's been a lot of the work I've been doing. I'll turn it to you, Councilor LaRue.
Thank you, Your Worship. You pretty well covered basically what I had or would comment on, but the one thing that I would like to touch base on is the Main Street businesses that need to be commended for their stamina, their courage, and their energy regarding the displacement due to the tragic collapse of one of the buildings on Main Street. So this coming Saturday from 12 to 4, there has been a come-together event being held at the Brian Orser Hall, the community center. And I commend those responsible for organizing this event, and I hope we have a good turnout. So it is Penetanguishene Stands Together. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor LaRue. Councilor Marchand.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was going to echo the same comments and just really commend the town coming together and supporting those who've been displaced. The other thing I just wanted to highlight and really shed some light is our small but mighty Sports Hall of Fame held a really great induction dinner 2 weeks ago. It was a full house, and I was there as a member of council, but also as a proud sister for my brother being inducted for his baseball team. But it was really great to see the support of the community, and really we have a really fantastic Sports Hall of Fame that is worth bragging about. So if you haven't been in, go take a look. If you need, they're always looking for volunteers, and it's a great event semi-annually as well to highlight. So just wanted to say well done on the Sports Hall of Fame on that initiative.
Thank you, Councilor Marshall. Councilor Vita-Bunker.
That's the danger of going forth, and that everything I was going to say has been covered. So I'm not going to take up any more of your time and leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. As everybody says, most of it's been covered. The only one I wanted to mention was Councillor Waters and I attended the 10th anniversary of Flynn's Pub. We went down to keep them happy and make them welcome in our neighborhood for another 10.
And I want to thank you for that. I was in the air to Edmonton. I appreciate you hoping for that. Councillor DeRush.
Thank you so much. I actually wanted to start by congratulating the Cultural Alliance in the heart of Georgian Bay and its many partners on a very impressive Indigenous Art and Culture Week. I know all of you knew about it. It started September 18th to 24th, and it started off with a sunrise ceremony at our very own amphitheater, and it was truly inspiring. It was really, we were there at 7, and it was a beautiful day and beautiful people and a beautiful ceremony. So I really, I was honored to be there. And I also was present at La Fête du Drapeau Franco-Ontarien, and I loved it because we had so many schools present there with lots of youth and lots of energy. And j'étais tellement fière des francophones et d'être présente pour célébrer notre culture. So on behalf of, again, the schools, boards and the radio station and the town. We were there to celebrate. And I really do want to commend everybody on a great little celebration. Last but not least, I too was at the Sports Hall of Fame. And big kudos to the volunteers who organized it, and even bigger congratulations to all the inductees. It was truly an evening to celebrate, and it felt really, really like being at home. So congratulations to everyone involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rush. Councillor Waters.
I think I pretty much covered everything that was there except for I forget which one it was now. One of them I missed anyways. But I did manage to do the Legion one. I even joined. So I'm now officially a member of the Legion. The morning event that we had for the Aboriginal celebration, I thought it was really well done. They passed the peace pipe around and we had smoke sponged on us, and it was all kind of really neat. So it was all new experiences for me, and I really enjoyed it.
Thank you, Councillor Waters. Moving on, 8's our proclamations. We have one this evening regarding Small Business Week 2023. Whereas the town of Penetanguishene celebrates our local small businesses and contributions they make to our local economy and community. And whereas small businesses positively contribute to the local economy by supplying jobs and generating tax revenue. And whereas small businesses are critical to the overall economic health of Ontario. And whereas the town of Penetanguishene supports our local businesses that create jobs, boost the economy, and preserve our neighborhoods. And whereas October the 15th to the 21st has been declared Small Business Week across the province of Ontario. Now therefore, the Council of the town of Penetanguishene hereby proclaims October 15th to the 21st, 2023 as Small Business Week in the town of Penetanguishene. I'll look for a mover. Councillor Marchand, seconder. Deputy Mayor LaRose, for the comments or questions. Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Moving on to 9 is our public meeting. We have 2 public meetings tonight. So when the time comes for you would like to speak, we'll invite you to the podium at that time. So our first one's 9A regarding a public meeting for 1255 Fuller Avenue, the draft plan subdivision. File number PEN SUB 2023-02 and zoning bylaw amendment file number ZA 10-2023. So this is a public meeting tonight under section 34 and 51 of the Planning Act to consider an application for draft plan of subdivision and amendment to the town zoning bylaw 2022-17. The application is to facilitate a subdivision development at 1255 Fuller Avenue. To council, the purpose of this public meeting is to provide an opportunity for the public to make comments. The purpose of this public meeting is not to engage in a debate regarding the merits of the application, nor is it intended to be a question and answer session. There is an opportunity later in the meeting to ask questions on the applications after the public meeting has concluded. I'm going to ask our director, Director Andrew Buddy, to introduce the application. Andrew, if you can confirm the notification, and can you please note any correspondences received, and can you please outline the proposal?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Your Worship, members of council and the public. This is an application impacting the property at 1255 Fuller Avenue. It is an application for a plan of subdivision as well as an amendment to the town zoning bylaw 2022-17. I can confirm that notice of tonight's public meeting was given on September 20th. This notice was given using the newspaper as well as a notice sign posted on the property and distributed through the town's social media accounts and notices. We have received correspondence, some of which is in your agenda package that we received by Friday, as well as an email went about 4:30 this afternoon with correspondence we received over the course of the weekend and into today. So we've received approximately 30 members of correspondence from the public. However, each of those notices will be provided a future staff report, as well as comments, response to them will also be at a future staff report. So if anybody wants to see their information provided there, it will be on a future report. So tonight we do have the applicant here. His name is Kevin Bichard from Innovative Planning Solutions. So he's got a presentation that I'm going to have him walk you through. It does a very good explanation of the proposal, and he can be here to answer any questions. So I'll turn it over to him.
Thank you, Andrew. Okay, you go to the podium, sir.
I'll try and be fastidious on my time, Your Worship. Just to introduce myself, good evening, Your Worship, members of council and members of the public coming out to this public meeting tonight. My name is Kevin Bichard, as was mentioned. I'm a planner. I've been a planner for about 35 years. I work with IPS Consulting Limited out of Barrie, and I'm obviously representing this application tonight for subdivision development and rezoning of the property at 1255 Fuller Avenue. The project is being brought forward by an Ontario numbered company, 100-239-074 Ontario Limited, and that's a bit of a mouthful. Mr. Angelo Lavinio, who is representing the company, is here this evening, as well as another associate of mine, John Albert. So without any further ado, if I could get you to move to, thank you very much for advancing this slide. So this is really a subject or a property aerial showing the description of the property having frontage on Sandy Bay Road and Fuller Avenue. Broad Street is significant in that it's going to be providing servicing access to the property. You can see that it's the property is wooded, and in the southwest corner is vacant with a residential building and outbuilding. It has 140 meters of frontage on Sandy Bay Road, 155 meters on Fuller Avenue. Its lot area is 3.85 hectares, which is about 9.5 acres. The surrounding uses, as many of you will be familiar with, include to the north an institutional land use, which is the incarceration facility, residential land uses on the remaining sides as well. The proposal is to provide for 126 is for 64. I've got a error on this slide. It should be 66 dwelling units and 33 townhouses, and the balance being single family homes. I want to talk a bit about the official plan and the zoning on the property. If we could move to the next slide. In the county of Simcoe, these lands are designated as and it's not shown on the slide, or designated as a settlement area. And it's provincial policy that most development is directed to identified settlement areas in official plans. So in that sense, the proposed plan is consistent with the county official plan. The town of Penetanguishene official plan designates it the property as neighborhood area. And you can see perhaps in about the middle of the slide, you see the property shown in a red rectangular box. The red line that's shown on the plan is shown as the urban designated area. So it's outside of that designated area. It still is permitted for low rise residential development in this community. One of the questions that has been raised in a number of the comments that I've received is dealing with the density of this proposed development. And in the official plan policy under section 2.3, it's looking to see a density, development density in this area of about 50 people per hectare. So 50 people per hectare. And if you went to designated greenfield areas in the official plan, you'll see that. And so we take some governance from that in terms of bringing a plan forward to this community that's reflective of those policies. And those policies in this plan are showing that we will develop a plan. When we go through the calculation of number of units and number of people per units, we get into a range of about 45 people per hectare being proposed in the plan. And it's important to recognize that this is a policy that was in place before the development was brought before the community. And in fact, the development is being brought forward in response to these kinds of development densities.
that are being projected in the plan. They're consistent with growth objectives that have been predetermined by the municipality and also predetermined by the county. So that's the density question that I wanted to raise. On the right-hand side of the slide, I'm sorry, it's Sarah, if you could bring it back, yeah. Is showing the residential 1 zone on the property. So you've seen the property outlined in red, and we show a residential 1 zone. If I were to develop this property in conjunction with the residential 1 zone, which has a minimum frontage of 15 meters, I would not be able to achieve the prescribed densities that are being sought now in the current official plan. And so that's not unusual as policies change over time and zoning catches up. It really is focusing us or directing us to bring forward a plan that has a higher density than that is already permitted in the plan. If I go back to the subdivision itself, and I have the correct numbers, I'm proposing a total of 64 units. There are single detached units at 27, single detached units 4, semi-detached units 33, townhouse. These are row townhouse units, and then various walkways, storm blocks, etc. For the development. The structuring of this plan has been carefully laid out. There's been discussion with staff as we developed this plan and brought forward various alternatives. And one of the aspects of the plan is that we wanted to tie in the single family development that is being proposed adjacent to the existing large lot single family development there today. So that's on the east side of the property. So if you can see the 13, single detached lots coming down from Shady Bay Road and extending down, they are flanking largely the larger 1 acre lots that are located to the east. We start to see from there on the other side of what we call Street A, single detached lots, and as well Sandy Bay Road, single detached lots. And that's really a design preference to match the single family residential character on Sandy Bay Road, and also to let's say oppose the single family lots or match the single family lots on both sides of Street A. We start to achieve the higher densities that are being prescribed in the official plan and proposed through the introduction of townhouse and semi-detached development as we get into Street B. So it becomes an enclave, and it's intended to be separate from the single family area that is located existing to the east. Okay. We're also proposing a bylaw to implement the subdivision plan, and you can see the various zones. So this bylaw would rezone the existing R1 designation, which is a single family designation, and having a minimum frontage of 15 meters to allow for a single family having a frontage of 12 meters, and they would be on either side of Street A, and also to provide for the road townhouse development. Now, these road townhouses have an average lot width of 7.5 meters. And in development, that's a fairly generous size in terms of townhouses. I often see them at 6 meters as sort of the product that's being brought to the marketplace. So in this case, our client has wanted to provide a little larger product that he thought would be suitable and well received in this community. So the studies, in an application such as this, there are a number of studies that are prepared in advance of and in supporting the development application. And this is a list of the studies that we provided. The planning justification report does just that. It outlines all of the provincial policies and municipal policies that are in effect on these lands. And what we've done is, through that report, is identify how we had positioned this development application to be consistent and comply with these policies in provincial policy as represented in something called the Provincial Policy Statement and the Growth Plan. There are a series of technical reports that support the overall application, describing functional servicing, traffic, environmental effects and impacts, tree inventory. We've completed archaeological studies on the site, hydrogeological studies. We've developed a stormwater management strategy, geotechnical assessment of the property, hydrogeological assessment as well. So all of these reports are submitted and have been submitted to the town for their review. And where the town doesn't have the technical expertise in-house, there is a peer review that would be conducted by a qualified firm. And our client would also fund the review of that peer review. So a lot of the issues that are being raised in terms of consultation and review have been developed or considered in the technical reports that have been provided. I'm not in a position to speak to all of the details of these technical reports, either for time or discipline, but I can assure you that the comments that are being provided will be considered by myself and also by the appropriate technical people in providing a response to those their general inquiries that have been received. I'm going to speak to two things very quickly, if I can, Your Worship. I know I'm over time, but I'd like to address traffic and the EIS report, environmental report that was prepared. I'll be very brief, but these were two issues that were common to many of the comments, and I'd like to sort of respond quickly if you'll allow me.
No problem, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a technical report, as I've indicated, that was done in terms of a traffic study. And there's quite a few concerns being raised about the impact of shift change, for example, from the correctional facility and the impact of traffic from this development. And this is the study that was done. It's available through the town, I presume. I'd rather the town distributed material so that we all make sure you're getting the same material. So I have no difficulty with this information being distributed, and I'm not sure any way I could say that it's my choice to make, but never mind that. But the study found a couple of things. It measured the peak traffic movements in the morning and the evening, and that's a fairly typical approach that's used in these studies. And it's found that this study will generate an additional 40 a.m. peak hour and 50 p.m. peak hour movements. And so you think about that in terms of average over a minute, it would be a car, less than one car a minute. But of course, cars tend to stack and cars tend to come in groups and such. So I don't want to say that that's just it, but it said that this is the kind of traffic, additional traffic that'll be introduced in the road during the peak hours. It also looked at the development over time and traffic movements in 2025, 2030, and 2035, when there's full build out of the development and the impact on the road infrastructure. And what it's finding essentially is that the road network as it's currently built and the intersections will continue to operate in a satisfactory way. Now, that's not to suggest that you won't have peak issues with the correctional facility and otherwise, but that is the overall study. I'm not a traffic engineer. I rely on the information that's provided, and I'm quite happy to provide, and we have to the municipality to have an independent review taken. So I think that's really the litmus test that we do. I'm not trying to convince you what you know and believe to be true on traffic operations today is not happening. What I am trying to tell you is this is a methodology that's used to evaluate traffic, and it's been found to be acceptable. The last issue, and I think probably one that is near and dear to many people's heart, is really the removal of the woodlot that's on the property today. And there are many concerns being raised about impact in terms of, species, whether they're bats or they're birds or they're mammals or trees in that area. And when we're dealing with this issue in the community, the community has opted a different sense of how it's viewed and considered in development than planning policy and provincial policy. And where provincial policy prevails is it's looking to protect significant woodlot and significant wetland features in the province. And they're governed through an assessment of not only the key aspects or attributes, whether they're the type of bird or whether it's a species at risk, or whether it's an amphibian or a snake that is unique to the area. All of these elements are considered in an environmental review, and their presence and absence is noted through a series of investigations that include on-site investigation. It includes a look at past reports and assessments that were done and coming to a conclusion. This site is mostly characterized as a white pine plantation. So it's not by its character a significant or unique a woodlot feature that would be identified by the province or is identified by the county in terms of its protection or preservation. That's the conclusion of this study. And I know it will be incongruous to many of you who look at it and say, well, why not keep it? Well, there is provincial policy that directs what should be kept and what can allow to be removed or redeveloped in terms of other priorities. And getting back to the official plan in this area, I can tell you that this area has not been identified by the county as a significant woodlot. It's not been identified in municipal policy as a significant woodlot. And when we went out and did the evaluation that we are required to do, it corroborated those 2 points. So our intention is to remove the majority of the woodlot area, but preserve some boundary trees and retain those as we go forward with this development. And so I thought I would just, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, Your Worship, I thought I would just provide that background. I'm not suggesting for a moment, and I'm not trying to get you sort of to challenge your comments that have been provided, but realize that this work has been done. It came to this conclusion. It will be peer reviewed independently by the town's own consultants, and we'll respond to that on that basis. Those are my comments, Your Worship and Council, and I'm happy to take questions if that's your pleasure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bouchard. Appreciate that. I'm not going to ask anyone in the audience if you wish to make any comments on the application based on land use planning issues relevant to this application. I'm going to ask you to come to the podium. I'm going to ask that you state your name and address for the record, please. So now it's your turn to come forward. And I'll invite you to the podium. And just for everyone's purpose, you don't need to sign into the clerk for this. This is a public meeting under the Planning Act. All I need you to do is go to the podium when it's time and just to state your name and the address for the record, please. You do not need to sign in with our clerk. Floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, Mr. Deputy Mayor, councillors, members of the community. My name is Andrew Nealon. I hope you're all doing well. I live on Broad Street. I just have a couple of concerns about the development for 1255 Fuller. I'd like to make it known. So first, let me say that I do support growth in our town. Our current growth is excellent to see. My wife and I moved here 7 years ago to start our family, and we deeply love the community, and we understand why more people wish to come to this area. However, some of the current developments that have begun, some of the current developments in our community have begun to run against parts of our official plan, and this should be acknowledged and addressed. The first stated goal of our official plan is to conserve the natural environment. Now, it is obviously impossible to both develop land for residential or commercial use and have zero impact on our natural environment. But in the case of the development proposed for 1255 Fuller, we're looking at the elimination of a small but significant woodland with only the preservation of a handful of trees. Additionally, the exceptions requested for change allow for 55% lot coverage for the buildings. Combined with roadway and that zero provisions for any green space or park has been included in the plan, we really have a new retelling of the song Big Yellow Taxi by Joni Mitchell. Pave paradise and put up a parking lot. This runs directly contradictory to the first stated goal of our official plan. Provision should be made to preserve a much larger selection of the existing natural beauty through the inclusion of undeveloped park and or green space and refusal of the request to allow such significant lot coverage. Existing restrictions for R1, R2, and R3 zoning should be satisfactory to allow both a respectable amended housing development without an overburdening impact on the area, especially considering the impact of our other Fuller site currently under development. The second goal of our official plan is to encourage balanced and diversified growth. Fantastic to see in this proposal a combination of detached, semi-detached, and townhomes. We are lacking an inventory of homes targeting first-time buyers and young families. It's very good to see that the typical style of homes that those family units can purchase right now have been included. However, with the lots being covered mostly by structures themselves, this brings a reduced desire to move a family into that home and instead targets people who are less interested in outdoor space, potentially adding more tenanted properties and less families living in the homes that they own. The third goal of our official plan is to protect and enhance our character. Understanding that this is just an initial lot draft for subdivision, it's impossible to know what the developer is intending. But the vast majority of homes in Penetanguishene are detached homes on lots larger than the typical building lot one might find in Barrie or further south. This development runs against the typical character of our neighborhoods. Understandably, the homes might need to be on smaller lots than what is currently common in Penetang in order to ensure that we have more affordable homes available, but to completely place homes in a much tighter zoning than what is typical than what is currently acceptable goes against this goal. The fourth goal of our official plan is to protect and enhance our arts, culture, and heritage resources. Though again, I do not know which plans might be in for the enhancement of our community in this development, there seems to have been little room left for even the potential to do so. Additionally, many of the people who live in our area are people with strong interest in the outdoors, something very limited by the proposed size of our lots. Additionally, the Huroney Handgun Club is a very short distance away. To have a large development so close to an organization that may run against the new buyer's values is of potential concern. I would ask that any development, regardless of the plan, ensure that anyone potentially buying in acknowledges the existence of the club to ensure they are aware of it and accept that it may be occasionally disturbing to them if they themselves hold values that do not align with living close proximity of a gun range. The fifth goal of encouraging sustainable and balanced economy is actually well followed, even in the plan proposed. Our sixth goal to ensure access to community facilities is our final area of concern. Though I appreciate the traffic investigation that was conducted and agree that realistically road traffic would not be significantly impacted by only 64 homes, there was no pedestrian traffic investigation completed, which is concerning. As stated before, the types of home proposed are built typical for first-time buyers and young families to purchase. With very small yard sizes and no provided green space, the closest parks lie across Fuller Road. Fuller is a very busy street and people often exceed the posted speed limit on that road. To potentially force young families and children to cross that road with no expectation of including some sort of traffic control measure is dangerous. Providing larger yard spaces and parks would alleviate the danger, but not eliminate it fully. Additionally, as we grow, more people are using our facilities in schools. Has the town itself put the work in to ensure that we can grow our facilities along with our population? As it stands, we're running out of space in our schools. I believe Burkevale's here. Our utilities are also under strain, especially our water treatment. In summary, there is potential for a development to go in here to follow our official plan, but it needs to be built in line with it, which it fails to currently meet in almost every aspect. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Do any other members wish to make comments? I'll just have you go to the podium, state your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, Your Worship and members of council and the public members as well. My name is Courtney Rogers and I reside at 1430 Margaret Crescent. I've been chosen to speak on behalf of all the residents of Pine Grove Estates, which is directly behind the proposed development. And I will do my best to convey to you tonight the common concerns that have been shared with me. I apologize, I have been a little sick, so I'll speak up the best I can. As I'm sure you are aware, there are many residents that are opposed to the proposed draft plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment of 1255 Fuller Avenue. Today, a resident submitted a petition with over 300 signatures of people who live near this proposed subdivision and are not in agreement of the proposed changes. In an effort to not take up too much time tonight, I would like to just highlight some of the largest areas of mutual concern among the residents of Pine Grove Estates. The first one is environmental and water concerns. The main concern most people share is the stripping of the lot and its thousands of mature trees. All the neighbors have extremely wet backgrounds. Personally, at our home, water flows through our backyard, and we are downstream from the proposed development. Trees act as sponges, and if they are removed, we all have serious concerns of flooding repercussions. There seems to be a lot of confusion surrounding what the reports have stated and what people in the forest areas are seeing and what they're experiencing themselves. One neighbor would like to know, what is the plan for tree protection, and can a new unbiased water and environmental report be completed? As my husband, a local business owner, stated, I understand that the proposed tree protection bylaw is not in place yet. However, it goes to say that the destruction of trees should have a replacement value of 2-to-1 for new plantings, or a substitution in lieu as a payment to the town of $500 per tree under the jurisdiction of the bylaw. I do understand that approval is not required for a draft plan of a subdivision in the draft bylaw, but in cases such as this, when it is a fully treed lot in comparison to trees on an already established lot, the new bylaw shouldn't penalize people for taking down a few trees on their personal property and not do the same to a developer that will be stripping a lot to nothing only for a development and only adding a few trees along the roadway once the development is complete. In my opinion, either the bylaw should be enforced everywhere or nowhere, not picking and choosing. Though through neighbor meetings and stories, people have also shared with me about the current animals and the effect that the large St. Andrews development has had on what they have seen in the past year. For anyone who wants to know, that's the large development that's also on Fuller that's taking place right now. One neighbor shared with me that they have seen bats, raccoons, owls, deers, foxes, bears, rabbits, turtles, frogs, and fishers in this neighborhood. Some of these are even living on their property. One person even regaled a story of how the OPP had to help a mother bear and her cubs as they got separated by the fence on Sandy Bay Road across from the proposed development. Our largest group concern is, by stripping away their natural habitat, where do they go? Traffic, as it's been stated. We understand there is a traffic impact study. However, during peak commuting times, it is already extremely difficult turning onto Fuller Avenue, especially from Pine Grove and Sandy Bay Road. Sometimes we have to wait upwards to 5 minutes just to turn left to head into Penetang. Adding additional traffic from this site will only make that worse. As one resident noted to me, these two developments will easily add another 500 vehicles and 700 people. Our neighborhood has so many young families. Additional traffic to this extent is concerning for the local roadways, increasing the risk of accidents to anyone crossing this roadway. One way of helping this concern could be to add a crosswalk at the corner of Pine Grove to cross between the residential areas, and also install a traffic light at Robert Street so the traffic flow can be broken up a bit. The question was asked, and as per the gentleman before that was talking about it, when this was completed, did it assess the impact of both developments together and the effects of the increased potential traffic together? And the third and last is the layout, the density, the zoning, and the appearance. As our neighbor shared with us, the official policy of the town under the land use framework neighbor areas at 4.2 states the character and identity of existing residential neighborhoods shall be sustained and enhanced. In no manner of sound urban planning does the 1255 Fuller development enhance or sustain the existing neighborhood. The plan for a very small parcel of land being developed indicates a heavy concentration of high density housing, specifically townhouses and semi-detached. We ask that you please reconsider the development plan. We are not opposed to growth in our community, and we understand the need for housing. This lot is currently zoned R1, and it should stay that way. This can be done fairly by building single-family homes on a minimum of 50-foot lots for a better blend. This will cause far less impact on the environment, traffic, and neighboring lots. Finally, I just have a quote to share with you, and that's: when the last tree has been cut, when the last river has been poisoned, when the last fish has been caught, then we will find out that money cannot be eaten. We appreciate you listening to our concerns and we hope that you can take them into consideration. Thank you.
I want to thank you for your comments. Do any members of public have further comments that they'd like to make on this application tonight? Any other members wish to make any comments? So I'll stay again, if anyone in the audience wishes to make comments on this application based on those planning issues relevant to the application, I'll ask you to come forward to the podium. Sarah, are there any members online that have commented or would like to make comment? Okay. And Sarah, I'll just ask you to state your name and your address for the record, please.
Good evening, Your Worship, councilors. My name's Ernest Reed. I'm here representing.
Sorry,
the
Andrew,
Huronia
is the
Handgun
microphone on?
Club. Okay. I'm here representing the Huronia Handgun Club. And I just wanted to share a little bit of information with the councilor and the public. On behalf of the club, I'd like to inform the council and the public of the following. Our club has been in continuous operation at its present location since approximately 1958 with no safety concerns. This is our 65th anniversary. The club has been operated and is being operated wholly within the federal, provincial, and municipal guidelines and regulations set out for the safe and legal operation of shooting ranges in Canada. Over the past history, our range area has been utilized by a number of community agencies for a wide variety of recreational activities. This included the Penetanguishene Rotary Club, the former Penetanguishene Police Department, the Air Cadets, the Sea Cadets, member of the local Ontario Provincial Police, as well as members of Corrections Canada and the Ministry of Natural Resources. Numerous other groups have attended to benefit from firearm safety courses, hunter safety courses, and marksmanship training courses. Our club has long-term affiliations with the Canadian Shooting Sports Association, the Shooting Federation of Canada, and the Ontario Federation of Anglers and Hunters. Just as a little side note, our current official charity is the Hospice Huronia on Fuller Avenue. It should also be noted that our club has nothing against the proposed subdivision and is not opposed to development in general. However, we do have concern regarding possible noise complaints. Under our governing regulations, the shooting ranges take reasonable measures to mitigate sound transmission from the range. The club currently has in place a comprehensive and effective noise policy, which includes high backstops and side berms, excessive foliage, and treed buffer zones. Covered and enclosed shooting lines, along with mandated shooting times, limited large caliber use, and regular electronic noise level testing. We also do frequent spot inspections for membership compliance. Any members not adhering to the club's official noise policy are subject to disciplinary action, including possible expulsion. We've also initiated a good neighbor policy and attempt to work with any neighbor concerns or requests. We have voluntarily stopped shooting any large firearms after 7 p.m. to coincide with parents' sleeping concerns. And we have on many occasions closed the range for the day upon the request of neighbors who are hosting local outdoor weddings, retirement parties, or large family reunions. Unfortunately, the reality is that firearms do at various times make noises that those living nearby may be subject to. It has been our finding through regular sound monitoring and discussions with various neighbors that most of the people living nearby seem to tolerate this level of occasional noise fairly well. Firearm sound suppressors remain illegal in Canada and therefore are no use of us to trying to reduce noise. So notwithstanding all of these measures, it is inevitable that there will continue to be some sound transmission emanating from the shooting range, which may be audible to people that buy homes in the proposed development. Should these buyers purchase these homes not knowing in advance that there is an outdoor shooting range just down the road, it is understandable that they may become somewhat perturbed. So our concern is that the Huronia Handgun Club would like to see a condition of final zoning or development approval that the town should mandate that the developer or the approved sales agents must notify potential buyers of the presence of a nearby shooting range. This should be on any withstanding sales contracts and ideally placed on the property deeds as a permanent point of disclosure moving forward through any future buys. And again, it was brought up several times, the current 173 unit subdivision being constructed along Fuller Avenue was subject to this prior notification amendment. The possible erection of signs indicating the presence and location of a nearby shooting range would also serve to notify potential buyers. The location and information supplied could be agreed upon by the town, the developer, and the gun club. It should also be noted in closing that hunting and pest control are currently allowed on the town's rural peninsula, and that not all gunshot noise originates from the gun club. And the club has also been pursuing and planning the planning and construction of a small indoor range, which would further mitigate and control the presence of noise. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any other members of the public that would like to make comments on this application? So I'll read one final time. Is any member of the audience who wish to make comments on the application based on land use planning issues relevant to this application? If you do, I'll invite you to the podium. And Sarah, final, is there anyone online? Okay, moving on, Mr. Bichard, I'm going to ask you if you have any concluding comments regarding the application.
No, not really, Your Worship. We certainly have received the comments that from residents, and I think I've got all of them, but I'll double check with your staff to make sure that I do. The next step for us is to review them and have our technicians review them as well, and then reply more formally back to the municipality in terms of comments and response. We don't intend to respond to the individual letters back and forth, but there'll be a general response. So thank you for your comments, and we appreciate receiving them.
Thank you very much. So there's no further comments this evening. I'm going to close this public meeting portion. And we do have a motion that's a little bit later in the agenda this evening. It's 13A, which is going to ask staff to present a report and bring it back to a future committee of the whole. So there's no decisions being made tonight. It's going to give staff some time to do that research. So I know some people think it's decisions tonight. There's not. There's an opportunity for you to comment. I'm going to ask our director, Ms. Betty, would you be able to just articulate what people can expect the next steps from here?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. So as Kevin noted too, they're going to take a look at all the comments as well as staff. Likely then there will be a meeting internally and a meeting that they'll have, and we'll see if there's any changes that can be done to the plan, and they'll come back with a response. We'll bring a report and recommendation forward to a future committee of the whole meeting. I can't tell you the exact timing on it. I would suggest it won't be, it'll be in the next couple of months. It won't be a year away. So in the next couple of months, we'll have a report and recommendation to council on the draft plan of subdivision as well as the zoning application.
Thank you. And from that committee of the whole, then come forward again for council. So there's more opportunity for the public to hear and be involved.
Yeah, sorry. And so the committee of the whole will discuss the application, make a recommendation for council. The council meeting will happen a month later, and that will be the final decision. Once council makes a final decision, we give notice of the passage of the update to the bylaw, and any member of the public who provided comments can provide an appeal to that. And that goes to Ontario Land Tribunal. So there's opportunity in the future if the public still isn't satisfied with the decision to challenge it.
Thank you very much, our director. So again, I'm going to close the public meeting portion. We do have a motion a little bit later that's going to have staff to present a report. So that concludes 9A. I'm going to move on to 9B, which is another public meeting we're holding tonight regarding the building permit fee review. This is a public meeting under the Building Code Act to provide an opportunity to comment on the proposed changes to the building permit fees for the town of Penetanguishene. To council, the purpose of this public meeting is not to engage in debate regarding the merits of the proposed changes, nor is it intended to be a question and answer period. I'm gonna hit pause while some people vacate. So we're still carrying on. So if you're gonna remain, I'll just ask you to be quieter, please. If you're vacating, have a good evening. Andrew. Thank you. To council, the purpose of the public meeting is not to engage in debate regarding the merits of the proposed changes, nor is it intended to be a question and answer period. It is to provide an opportunity for the public to make comments and for council members to ask clarifying questions. To the public, this is your opportunity to speak, and we encourage you to do so. Tonight is to hear comments with respect to the proposed changes. We will have a separate agenda item at the council for further discussion amendments for the future. I'm going to turn to our director. So I'm just going to pause. This is a public meeting. We can't have doors closed. So we'll open our doors to invite the public. So I'm going to ask our director, Andrew or Betty, would you be able to introduce the proposal? Can you confirm notification for us? Any correspondences that have been received? And can you kindly give a brief description about the project, please?
Thank you very much, your worship, members of council and the public. This is a public meeting under section 7B of the Building Code Act. The effect of the proposed change would be to modify the town's administrative fees and services schedules of the town's building bylaw. So I can confirm notice of tonight's public meeting was given on September 19th using simco.com online, as well as posted on the town's website as required by the Building Code Act and town policies. We have not received any correspondence to date on the proposed changes. Just really quickly, I'll give a little bit of history of how this came about. So the towns of Midland and Penetanguishene have been jointly providing Ontario Building Code services and administration since 2015 and currently have an agreement in place until 2023. In 2018, the two municipalities harmonized their building permit fees. And so we've kept pace with Midland's building permit fees and been blended fees since in 2018. And again, we updated our bylaw in 2021. So just recently this summer, the town of Midland updated their fees. They hired a consultant to do a study on their services and proposed new change or new updates to their building code fees. So we've taken a review of our own fees and our own bylaws, and we're proposing some changes that would be in line with what Midland's done. So these changes can be found on our website, or if anybody requests them, they come into the Planning and Community Development Department. The most parts of these fees increase to our most frequent type of permits and the bulk of the permits that we are issuing in the town of Penetanguishene. If you take a look at an upcoming consent report on the Committee of the Whole, the town is really reliant on residential construction. And so most of the fees that are changed or proposed to be changed are to that residential construction. Historically, the funds that the building department receives in revenue are then transferred to a reserve so that they can offset years of deficit. So I think most recently we've had surpluses to the building code reserve in 2017 and 2021, I believe. And so those surpluses get transferred into the building code reserve. Years where we don't generate revenue, we draw from that reserve to offset it. So those reserve fees are becoming depleted year after year where we have to draw from them. Really quickly in the staff report, there is a discussion on what some of the fee changes look like. So I'll highlight a couple of the most common ones that we do process through the town. So a permit fee for a new single detached dwelling on average under the current fees is about $6,897. Under the proposed permit fee, we would be increasing it $2,600 up to $9,498. So that would be the permit fee for a new single detached dwelling. An accessory building that's over 200 square feet, your current permit fee is $275. We're proposing to increase that to a whopping $280. That's a $5 increase. Septic systems, class 4 or 5 are up $90. We're proposing to change some deposits that we collect up front, and so increasing them for a new residential project of $500. There was one permit fee that is going down, and it was discussed at the last meeting. I do have some better clarity on that. For commercial renovations, this permit fee is going down about $185. And I think at the last meeting, I provided that it was an average of several commercial fees. And that's what happened is we had a number of categories of very similar commercial permits. So we've consolidated them into one permit with one fee. So some were reduced in cost and some were increased in cost to come with this one overall fee, which is an overall reduction for that permit. So following tonight's public meeting with any comments, we respond back to council with presented an updated bylaw that would be passed by council hopefully in December, and these permit fees would become effective January 1st of 2024. That's as brief as I can be. I can answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Director Betty. I'm going to ask if any member of the audience would like to make comments on the application. We'll ask you to come to the podium and state your name and address for the record. Sarah, are there any members online that want to comment on this application? And again, are there any members of the audience who would like to make any comments about this application? I'm going to turn back to our director. Any concluding comments on the application?
No, your worship, but if there is anybody who still wants to provide comments, we will be accepting them and then providing a response in an upcoming meeting.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask council if there's any questions that you have about this application. It is later in our committee report, but do you have any questions before us tonight? All right, I'm going to thank everyone for your participation in this public meeting. I'm going to conclude this public meeting. And again, this will be coming forward at a later time in the agenda as well. We do have some front row box seats available. So if you're a season pass member, feel free to come up to the front and join us. Well, only for season pass members, you can come up to the front. Moving on. I neglected earlier in the agenda to invite our CAO to make member comments from our CEO. We always do that to council, and my sincere apologies to our CEO Lees. I hope you can accept my sincere apologies. I do owe you. But your opportunity to speak, you did miss some of the audience, but if you can, I'd appreciate getting your comments. Again, my apologies.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm glad that that's on the record. Your Worship, there's two things I wanted to touch on. The first one is with respect to 78 Main Street, the building collapse, that work continues as it has over the last 5 weeks. Staff and the team and our external resources and professionals that we've engaged continue working down the path towards the end result, which is getting the building taken care of, as well as getting our residents and our businesses back to as close to normal as possible in as quick of a manner as we can. The second piece is with respect to the 2024 budget. One of the things that has recently transpired is we did originally have a special CAL meeting scheduled for next Wednesday, October the 18th. That CAL meeting, committee of the whole meeting, I should say, has been canceled, as council is aware. But there still will be our 2 public consultations that were originally scheduled. They will be continuing as normal, which is Wednesday, November 1st at the Penetanguishene Arena, starting at 6 o'clock. As well as Wednesday, November 15th, starting at 6 o'clock here in council chambers. That will give the public an opportunity to provide feedback at both of those opportunities and allow staff to incorporate that feedback in the first presentation to committee of the whole on November 15th, immediately following the 6 o'clock presentation. That'll start at 7 o'clock. Your Worship, I think those are the 2 things that I wanted to touch on, and I really appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Again, my sincere apologies. Moving on to 10's delegations and presentations. 10A, we have a presentation tonight from the Economic Development Corporation of North Simcoe. We have a board member here, Mr. Paul Marshall. I'll invite you to the podium, sir. And the floor is yours for your presentation.
Thank you. Thanks, Sarah. My name is Paul Marshall. I'm on the board of the Economic Development Corporation of North Simcoe.
Our executive director, Suzanne McCrimmon, is here. I'm a volunteer, and we also have another board member, Jeff Tom. As board members, we're volunteers. Most of us are somewhat seasoned business members of the community. Our interest is in helping develop the community, and North Simcoe being comprised of Penetanguishene, Midland, Tiny Township, and Tay Township. And tonight we want to talk to you about something that we're proposing. We are funded by all 4 communities that I just mentioned. And so this is directed somewhat at, well, supposed to be directed towards your worship, counselors and staff. But I love that there's so many members of the public here, because I think that you all have a vested interest in the success of what I'm about to talk about. So go ahead. An innovation hub. What exactly is an innovation hub? You've probably heard of them or seen them in some other communities. It's something that is new to this area. Actually, the next slide we'll get right into what exactly is it. So the idea is if you have a problem, a business problem, and it persists, the only way that you're going to fix it is to innovate. And innovate is just another nice word for change. So what the Innovation Hub does is it brings our whole community of members together, the whole ecosystem of people that can solve these business challenges. Can you go ahead, please? So the existence of the EDCNS is really to help local businesses grow and thrive, and to attract new business to the area. So those are the 2 key things that we stand for. And the Innovation Hub is meant to be supportive of that. What it really does is it fosters collaboration and mentorship. So it brings members of the whole ecosystem together to share ideas and solve common problems. It improves skills of existing staff. So what you'll hear, one of the biggest problems in addition to housing is actually labor force to help grow our businesses. You'll hear that cry from many of the local restaurateurs who are really having a hard time staffing. But you hear that almost across the board, small, medium, large enterprise. Improve engagement of staff. Well, that means getting people to actually love what they do and to stick around so they don't leave our community, that they stay as engaged supporting staff in our businesses. And then, of course, actually innovation of both process and products. So for our manufacturing, which we have large manufacturing in the area, you think about how can we support them in their innovations in the area. I just think of one example of International Filters that during COVID transformed their business over into making masks, which was very, very clever innovation that came out of our town. And then, of course, we want to associate our region with innovation. We want to draw attention to businesses that are considering moving here to see that, this is an innovative location. And then, of course, would be a dedicated initiative for EDCNS. Next slide. So just a little background about what are our pillars of commerce in the area. And it's relevant to understanding, how we're going to develop something unique. So we've identified advanced manufacturing, agriculture, and tourism. And then within those sort of sectors, we've got different sizes of business. We've got large organizations, medium, small, you've got startups and entrepreneurs. Each of these sectors and businesses benefit from it, and I'll show you how. Next slide. Oh, no. I think my next slide is going to talk about what exactly is the Innovation Hub, what happens in the hub. So it's actually a physical place. So it'll be, a bricks and mortar somewhere in the Penetang, Midlands, Tiny Tay area. We've been sourcing and identifying a few properties already. And the ideal space, think about, I don't know if you've ever been to a WeWork, but a collaborative workspace where you'd enter there and there'd be a reception and there'd be a coffee station. And you'd be able to go and work independently at your laptop, or there'd be a meeting space where you could meet in a small group, or there'd be a boardroom where you could host a meeting, where you could actually entertain a client, or you could hold a brainstorming session with whiteboards and that sort of thing. Or there could be seminars where there's a guest speaker who comes in and is actually speaking on a topic. It could be about training staff, or it could be about marketing your business. Probably a really good, I'll use a real example. I don't know if anybody's heard of Digital Main Street, but it's an organization that exists and you can get grants and funding. So if you're say a restaurant, their purpose is to help people get online to sell their business or either the product or service online. You have to qualify, you have to actually be bricks and mortar. But I don't know about you, but during COVID and the last little while, if you look online in the area at restaurants and you try and find like their menu, you're going to see something like you're lucky to find something, but you're also lucky to find something that's current. The online presence of local businesses is weak. And there's an opportunity for them to come to this innovation hub, learn about it, access grants and funding for it, and actually grow their business, which is really, a significant opportunity that would be of no cost to them and great support. So who benefits? Everyone. Next slide. So you think about an ecosystem. What is an ecosystem? An ecosystem is, you think about it from an animal's perspective or, a marsh or whatever. You see how everybody sort of, lives together, but everybody's kind of connected. And when the beaver puts up a dam, then all of a sudden that affects people down the road, right? Or animals down the road. So it's really about connecting people, connecting opportunities, and connecting ideas. And the next slide will actually show who's in our ecosystem. So in our ecosystem, you think about, there's the businesses, obviously. So you've got your entrepreneurs, your business owners, but there's also people that enable that. So the chambers of commerce. So there's the Southern Georgian Bay Chamber of Commerce. There's business improvement areas. You've got academia. So close to us, we have both Georgian College as well as Lakehead University. They're all, by the way, we've been in communication with all these people. They're all very interested and all very supportive of moving forward with this. You've got this regional innovation network that is much beyond Simcoe County and but is interested. Mentors, I want to speak about them for a second. So one of our board members who isn't here tonight, Ron Newman, is working on a project. He calls it Mining Silver. He's recognized that there is a significant amount of people that have chosen to live here that are either semi-retired or retired, but are still ex-business leaders, CEOs, people that have like fantastic mentorship capabilities, and are looking for purpose, looking for reason to support this community. And they're actually able to, for free, come in and support all of the business owners in the area through workshops that we would develop with them, or even just networking, having a coffee, lending an ear, saying, what is your business problem? I've had that problem before, I can help you. And then of course, it's important to note that we're thinking about special interest groups, whether they're Indigenous groups or women in business or youth. I know there's a lot of people from Burkevale here. We're interested in students because one of the things we want to do is we want to engage students and youth right now. So hopefully they'll stick around. I mean, not everybody, moves away, or some people go away to college or university, but often come back and grow this area and continue to support the community that they grew up in. Of course, all levels of government. So we've had input from both Adam Chambers, who's our local federal MP, as well as Jill Dunlop, who's our member of provincial parliament, all super supportive and love this because they're familiar with successes in other communities that have these innovation hubs. And then sponsors, of course, we have sponsors that are interested in whether that's the banks, the Business Development Corporation, companies that have a vested interest in seeing businesses grow. Next slide. We have possible partners. So I don't know if anybody has been to the Sandbox in Barrie. The Sandbox is a larger version of what we're talking about. It's much more elaborate and they've been around for 5 years. They have beautiful space. It's just over top of the bus station in Barrie, which has got a beautiful view of the bay. And they have nice open space. They have boardrooms and they do fantastic programming. So I'm a member there. And instead of reinventing the wheel, one of the things we're looking at is partnering with them and wouldn't be like a satellite of them, but we'd be called Powered by Sandbox. And so they would actually share with us their best practices, their knowledge, their expertise, their programming, their marketing, all that kind of stuff. So we've got a financial model that considers using them. But because we didn't want to just sort of single source that idea, we also looked at the DMZ Innisfil. I don't know if you're familiar with the DMZ, but the DMZ is is born out of what was called Ryerson University, which is now the Toronto Metropolitan University. It is the largest accelerator in Canada, and it has huge success stories. So it's a much larger scale. However, we've been in conversations with them about how they might support us, and they're super interested. I guess one of the things I neglected to say earlier is all of these organizations are super collaborative. Like, the idea is that they want to help us. It's in their genes to want to help businesses grow. And so they all have, just a natural interest in seeing us be successful. So the conversations with DMZ are ongoing as well.
Mr. Marshall, 2
Yes.
more minutes.
Thank you. I'm actually on my last slide, I think. Next slide. Actually, no, I'm going to keep going. Skip. So the roadmap to success. I can go through these fairly quickly. Next slide. So one I mentioned is build on existing relationships and partnerships. Don't reinvent the wheel. Next slide. We've got a series of introductory events and community development. So we hosted one on September 28th at La Clé, which a few of you were there. Thank you for coming. We'll be doing another one in Midland on October the 8th. We just announced that, so that's just coming out. And you can hear in greater detail and actually see it in action. What happened at La Clé was fantastic because there were a lot of business owners that came, and people from academia and the whole ecosystem, and you saw them actually engaging in great conversation and doing the work that we hope happens. Built and they will come. Just create something unique for our presentation. Practice what we preach. So one thing for sure we'll do is demonstrate innovation all the way through, and we will celebrate all successes, small or large. Next. So that's it. Why is this important? It's a collaborative initiative that supports the business community within North Simcoe. We think it's the best thing that EDCNS can do to help local businesses thrive, as well as attract new business. And we're on the agenda for a future council meeting to talk about budgeting.
Looking forward to it.
Thank you very
Thank you
much.
so much for being here tonight. Do any members of council have any comments or questions for our presenter? See none. Thank you so much for your presentation tonight, Ms. Marshall. Thank you. Moving on to 10B is a presentation from the Protestant Separate School Board. We have a presentation from the chair, Lynn Cousins, vice chair, Kathy Sindel, the director of education, Tim Overholt, who I believe is connecting on video. I'll kindly ask you to come to the podium. And the floor is yours.
Good evening, Your Worship, councillors, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lynn Cousins. I am the chair of the Protestant Separate School Board of the town of Penetanguishene and have been a trustee for 32 years. As a trustee, we are so appreciative of our taxpayers who vote for us and allow us to continue on with our work for our one school, Burkevale School.
Hello, my name is Catherine Sindel. I'm the vice chair of the Protestant Separate School Board and have been a trustee for 9 years. I was also a Burkevale parent for 11 years. Our supervisory officer, known as the Director of Education in larger district school boards, is responsible for the school operations. A school cannot function without a director, which allows our board to follow the Ministry of Education's mandate, and which is that of governance.
We would like to introduce now Mr. Timothy Overholt, who we call a supervisory officer, and he's coming virtually to speak to you. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Lynn and Kathy. Good evening, Your Worship and Council. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to the motion on 51 Dunlop Street that will be debated and voted on this evening, and to provide you with some information from our perspective as a school authority that may help in your deliberations. As one of 5 elementary schools in town, Burkevale is the largest in student population with 351 pupils. We have continued to grow over the years and have exceeded our pupil capacity for many years now. As you have received in a letter from the Board of Trustees of the Protestant Separate School Board of the Town of Penetanguishene, our bricks and mortar can hold just over 221 students. We have added 6 portables on site to accommodate our numbers, but we have continued to increase in size from one year to the next. The motion is one in which we are grateful to be included in and would love to partner with you. We see this as not only an opportunity and benefit for our school board, students, and families, but also a big one for the entire Penetanguishene community. I currently live in a community where a local school board partnered with the city to create a very similar hub with a recreational community center was combined with a new school build along with a joint library. The entire facility, from a shared gymnasium, shared outdoor recreational fields, along with the joint library, is a huge draw for all members of the community. It is constantly being used at all times of the day and with all ages. It is truly a sight to see in the evenings when this part of the city is bursting with all facets of the community, from young athletes to community groups to families and more. We see the same benefits to happen here if this motion is approved. From our perspective, our students, staff, and parents will be able to learn and grow in a new, modern educational facility and ultimately receive equitable opportunities that other school communities have because of the upgrades a new building can provide. However, not only will our families benefit, so will the community. We are exploring the potential to propose a childcare center as part of our new build through the ministry, which would give young families and their parents more options for their young children to be cared for while they work. With a shared gymnasium and a recreational facility, all ages of the town will be able to be part of this hub. I'm sure the ultimate goal of this council is to best utilize this land so that as many members of the community would be able to use and benefit from it. I think the current motion achieves that goal. As a school authority, we are in the process of applying for what is called capital priority funding, where all school boards are given the opportunity to apply with the hopes of receiving funds to build new schools or get additions put on to their schools. I just want to kind of clarify, the first speaker this evening mentioned that, and again, I don't know if a misconception out there is that the town would be providing funds to us. That would not be the case. It is, we would be going through the Ministry of Education to receive funds in order to build the school. So as you can imagine, there are hundreds of submissions each time this process is put out to publicly funded school boards. It is never a guarantee that ours will be one of the approved submissions. We have applied on 4 separate occasions without any success to date. However, with the potential to partner with the town in creating this hub, we do believe this would provide us with the greatest opportunity to be successful. And as stated previously, we are aware of other towns and cities who have worked together with school boards on similar projects and have been successful. I think the added bonus of this motion provides even more opportunities for members of the community with the potential use of the current Burkeville site as new housing. We are working with our legal team and the ministry to further explore the land exchange, but are determined to make it happen in any manner we need to. What I want to stress is that this motion is a win-win for everyone. It is not one entity that is receiving more than another. We all get something that I think we all want and will help everyone in the end. In closing, I would like to again thank you for the opportunity to speak, and more importantly, providing us with a new and exciting chance to partner with you as you look to build on your vision of the town of Penetanguishene. We strongly believe, speaking on behalf of our trustees and Burkeville families, this endeavor would be a great benefit to everyone in Penetanguishene, our students, parents, and staff, the young families of the town with a potential daycare, and the broader community with various opportunities to get involved in recreational and physical activities. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm going to turn to council. We'll get into the motion. We'll debate the motion, but are there any clarifying questions you have for the presentation for the members tonight? Seeing none. Thank you so much for your presentation. Moving on. 11 is adoption of the minutes not already confirmed. 11A. I have a motion that the following minutes of council meetings be confirmed and adopted as circulated. Council for September the 13th, 2023. Special council for September the 13th, 23. I'll look for a mover. Deputy Mayor LaRose, seconder. Councillor Vedabunker, further comments or questions for the minutes as presented? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? Unopposed? That is carried. 12 is our consent agenda. It's recommended the following consent agenda items have been given due consideration, be received for information. We have two items on the consent agenda. One is regarding a water lot land sale for 79 Champlain Road to Heinz and Marita, and the second one is a water lot land sale for 222 Fox Street to Foundry Cove Marina. I'll look for a mover. Councillor Marshall, seconder. Councillor, comments or questions about these consent agenda items by any members of council? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. I just wanted to speak to this for one quick second. So this was discussed at a previous council meeting. It was a special meeting. It was done in closed session. And now we're bringing it forward to give the results for the public from an open accountability perspective. You know what we talked about, what the results were. If you want to know more details, it's in the report, but this is just us closing the loop on what was decided at a previous meeting. I want to thank the clerk and our CEO for bringing that forward. I think Councillor Waters, you brought that recommendation forward. I thank CEO and the clerk for bringing that forward. I think that's great accountability. Moving on to 13 matters for consideration. We have a few this evening. One is 13 is regarding a public meeting for 1255 Fuller Avenue draft plans of subdivision, file number PEN SUB 2023-02, and the zoning bylaw amendment, file number ZA 10-2023, report PL 2023-55, that the public meeting report PL 2023-55 for 1255 Fuller Avenue, draft plan subdivision, file number PEN sub 2023-02 and zoning bylaw amendment, file number ZA 10-2023 be received, and that any matters identified in report PL 2023-55 and at the public meeting be addressed in a future report to the committee of the whole. I'll look for a mover. Councillor Marshall, seconder. Councillor Roux. Further comments or questions on this motion as presented? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. Sorry, Councillor Vedabunker.
Thank you, Worship. I just wanted to comment, it's been mentioned about the correspondence that was received by the municipality. I did get some emails directed to me personally that I ended up forwarding to our Director of Planning. As was indicated, those will be responded to in a general way. So I'm happy to hear that. I do have some concerns with respect to the tree preservation plan that's in the supporting documents for the development. It's a 2-page document that's on our website that outlines the trees that are to be preserved, and there's not too many I can say, and that's a concern that I have. I think it's something going forward that hopefully our staff, when they consider all the comments and the comments from the meeting, that they will have a look at as well. I also have concerns with respect to the lot coverages. What's being proposed is a 55% lot coverage, and in the R1 zone, it's a 35% lot coverage. So that's a pretty substantial increase in lot coverage, which I think has an impact in terms of the number of trees that could be preserved on those properties. So those are my comments at this point. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Vedabunker. Just for public, We had the public meeting. All those comments will come back. The director, she mentioned, will bring that forward to our future committee. Council's not voting this night. We're just saying, we're asking staff to bring it forward for a future report. Further comments or questions on the motion before us? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. 12B is regarding a building permit fee review or background to the public meeting PL 2023-56, that this report be received for information and the staff be directed to bring a report back on the results of the public meeting with recommendations at a future meeting. I'll look for a mover. Deputy Mayor LaRose, seconder, Councillor Vadabonker. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. About my number 13. 13C is a zoning bylaw amendment, file number ZA 8-2023 for 120 Military Road. It's the results of our public meeting, PL 2023-54, that the Council of the Town of Penetanguishene has determined that a zoning bylaw amendment application ZA 8-2023 is consistent with the provincial policy statement and conforms to the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, the County of Simcoe official plan, and the Town of Penetanguishene official plan. And that zoning bylaw amendment application ZA 8-2023 concerning 120 Military Road be approved. And further, the council pass a bylaw to amend the Town of Penetanguishene Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw 2022-17 to enact ZA 8-2023. And finally, that a bylaw be passed to authorize the mayor and clerk to sign the temporary use agreement for execution concerning 120 Military Road. I'll look for a mover. Councillor Vadabonker, seconder, Councillor Drush. Further comments or questions on this item? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. 13D is an item regarding the Housing Affordability Task Force for Penetanguishene Priorities Report PL 2023-57. That staff be directed to submit a response to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing by October the 16th, 2023, prioritizing the top 5 recommendations for action from the report of the Ontario Housing Affordability Task Force in accordance with staff report PL 2023-57. I'll look for a mover. Councillor Vadabonker, seconder, Councillor Marchand. Further comments or questions? I just want to speak to this for a moment. I received an email from the ministry about this a few weeks ago. I forwarded off to Councillor Vadabonker as chair of planning and to our planning staff. I appreciate your work on doing this and bringing this forward for council. I think the unfortunate thing in the letter, it stated that it didn't have to go through the council process. I had the ability to fill out the form and submit it without having public input, staff input, and council input. So I want to thank Director Betty and Councillor Vadabonker for your feedback, bringing that forward. I think it was well done, and I appreciate getting it done in quick order and getting it back to the ministry. So thank you. We have a mover and a seconder on this item. We'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. 13E is a site plan approval exemption for 151 MacArthur Drive, PL 2023-58, that the property municipally known as 151 MacArthur Drive be exempt from site plan control bylaw 2014-30, as amended to permit development in accordance with attachment number 2 to PL 2023-58. I'll look for a mover. Councillor seconder, Councillor Vadabonker. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. 15F is regarding municipal insurance risk management services request for proposal, FIN 2023-29, that council award the contract for municipal insurance and risk management services to Marsh Canada for the years 2024 through to 2028, with an option to renew for an additional 3 years at an annual premium for 2024 of $245,938 plus provincial sales tax. That a bylaw be brought forward for council approval. I'll look for a mover. Councillor Drush, a seconder. Councillor Marchand. Further comments or questions? Councillor Vadabonker.
Thank you, Worship. This is a really good news report. It was amazing in terms of the savings the municipality is going to achieve by proceeding with the recommended insurance broker. It's about $400,000 or slightly less than $400,000 a year that the municipality is going to save. The process was a rigorous one in terms of evaluating the submissions, and I was just happy to see it here and happy to see the substantial savings that come along with the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vadabonker. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Just for members of the public, so some of those items we talked about went like the public meeting. We did the public meeting, goes back to staff, they bring it back to a committee, and then we did it here. So tonight was kind of the final piece for some of those. Next is our presentation consideration reports regarding committee of the whole. 14A. So just for everyone's purpose, after we're done this council meeting, we're going to move into committee of the whole. That's where council debates most of the things. I'll bring it forward for council's adoption. So council is going to adopt what we talked about last month, that committee of the whole. Okay. So it seems fast because we did the debate last month. So just so you know what we're doing. So we have recommendations contained within the committee of the whole report regarding the recreation community services section be approved. I'm going to turn to Councillor Waters for your recreation community services motion, please.
Matters of consideration, right? No. So last month we had two items that came up. One was the All Things Canadian post event summary, and I guess that was it for under the consent. And matter of consideration, we had a fee waiver policy and a draft revision fee policy waiver.
Thank you so much, Councillor Waters. Let's get you grab your mic if you don't mind. So recommendations contained within committee of the whole report related to recreation community services section. It's moved by Councillor Waters. I'll look for a seconder. Councillor Marchand, further comments or questions on this? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. I'm going to turn to Councillor Vadabunker for the Planning Development Services section, please.
Thank you, Worship. Section dealt with 3 consent items, one pertaining to a public meeting that was held earlier. Committee considered options dealing with the extension of Beaulieu Drive and decided to receive the report for information. Committee considered a report dealing with the review of building permit fees and recommended the public meeting be held, and we just had that a little bit earlier this evening. And then council considered a report dealing with a municipal initiated zoning amendment, recommending that council restore the requirement that ground floor mixed use properties in certain areas of downtown be maintained for commercial uses. The zoning amendment will be dealt with later in council's agenda. Your worship, no new referral items were added. Thank you.
Councillor Vadabunker, thank you so much. The recommendations contained in the committee of the whole report relating to planning and development service section be approved. It's moved by Councillor Vadabunker. A seconder? Councillor Marchand. Further comments or questions on that? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. I'm going to turn it to Councillor Marchand for the Transportation Environmental Services section, please.
Thank you. For Transportation Environmental Services section, we had no items on the consent agenda. We had one matter for consideration that was brought forward, fuel storage and tank installation at 24 Centennial Drive, and there was no new items added to future agenda items.
Thank you, Councillor Marchand. I actually would like to pull that item 6B1, the Transportation Environmental Services section regarding storage tanks. I'd like to pull that for further debate by council tonight. I'm going to turn the chair to you, Deputy Mayor, so we can bring that back on the floor.
Thank you, Your Worship. So what we have in front of us now is a committee of the whole report from the Transportation Environmental section due to last month's. Yes. So if there are any questions, Your Worship.
Yeah, last month when this item came forward, 6B1, it was regarding the storage tanks. I spoke out about this. I rose a couple issues. This came forward in 2017. My concern at that time was what's the impact to the community if there ever was a spill at that site? It's close to our sole source, water source in the community. The Pyatt well is very close to our public works shed for savings of $25,000 a year. I don't know if it's worth it. Tonight, we had a proclamation before us tonight about Small Business Week. We talked about the importance of businesses in our community. We talked about how it creates jobs and encourages business in the community. And I think this is going to have a direct impact on our business community by bringing this in-house. I think there's also other costs that we don't know about. I think there's other costs that could be impacted by the community by doing this, implementation costs and the like. When I look at this from a savings of $25,000 a year, I think there's a lot of things that we're not aware of. I think we got to really look at this one and consider it from the environmental potential impacts, the risk impacts, the financial impacts. We've heard from people about the impacts of Main Street. Now it's hurting our businesses. This decision tonight will continue to hurt our businesses. I might turn to clerk for some help. If we defeat this motion in essence is back on the floor tonight. If this motion is defeated tonight, that would fail. I don't need to move an amendment or anything. We could just vote on the motion. If we don't get the votes, it would be defeated. So I'm just looking procedurally how I can craft this to be, I want to represent it and hopefully gain support that it would not succeed.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think in normal terms, we would normally bring up a motion like this, and we were going to make a change. There would be an amendment, so there'd be somebody proposing something new versus the same motion being read again and defeated. So it depends on how you would like to proceed with that. I suspect you're requesting a different action, and my recommendation would be that you say the action that you would like, because currently that motion, it was passed in that meeting. And so the discussion is happening. If you'd like something different to happen, that would be your requirement to make that motion.
Deputy Mayor, maybe I'll leave it for other members if they would like to comment, and then I'll move a motion for council's consideration if there are further comments.
So at this time, I will ask for other comments from other members of council regarding 6B1. Seeing none, Your Worship, if you wish to make a new motion, now would be the time.
I'm actually comfortable with just representing the same motion, but I'll just ask for a recorded vote.
Thank you. That's fine. With that, Madam Clerk, are you ready for that?
I do have the original motion up from the last meeting, so I'll read it for council's consideration. Just one moment.
Thank you.
So the motion from the previous meeting was that council approves the installation of fuel storage tanks within the Roads Division yard at 24 Centennial Drive.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So at this point, I'd ask for a mover and a seconder to get this back on the floor. Moved by Councillor Waters, seconded by Councillor Jarash. And we have a requested for a vote for a, can't think of the name. A recorded vote. Jeez, I couldn't even think of that.
Thank you. So Mayor Weston has requested a recorded vote. So I will go forward when I say,
We have a question, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I understand now that the motion's on the floor and basically the motion is as was read. And would there be an opportunity to provide comments at this time?
It's as was presented, yes. And if you would like to make some comments now, proceed.
So we did have a good discussion about this motion at the committee of the whole, and certainly from my standpoint, I understand and appreciate the logic that was outlined in the staff report. Like, it makes a lot of sense from a staff perspective in terms of the fuel tanks and whatnot. I also appreciate the concerns, and I've had a couple of people contact me with respect to the environmental issues, but I mentioned to them that in the report, it talks about how Severn Sound Environmental was involved in this, provided comments, and they didn't see an issue. The mayor does raise the point about supporting local business, which I think is a very valid point, so it is a difficult decision, but I think it's a decision that needs to be made. And it's just balancing that, the logic and what makes sense versus, the supporting local business and whatnot, and where is the municipal role in that. So it is something, excuse me, that I'm very mindful of. Thank you.
Thank you for comments, Councillor. Is there anybody else? Councillor Leroux.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I at one point didn't see a great problem with this motion to support it but I've since had a little kind of an inclination to go the opposite direction, and the fact that we are talking about again supporting small business, and we know for a fact that we only have one service station, gas station in Penetanguishene. We go back to the old adage that we've lost our high school, we've lost our hospital. Do we want to lose our one and only service station in town? So my inclination is, yes, it may have been a good deal, but on the other hand, I don't think it's worth the facts. So that's my comment.
Thank you for your comments. And just for the audience, that's also why we wait a month in between. We make our decisions, we think about them, we contemplate them for the month, and then we make the actual decisions tonight. Is there any other comments or questions? If not, we'll be proceeding to a recorded vote. A yes or a yay or nay is required from the clerk, if I remember. And a yay will present this as it was presented last month, and a nay is against. Is that correct?
That is correct. If council would like, I can read the motion again if anyone would like that clarity.
Yeah, we're good.
Again, simple motion of that council approves the installation of fuel storage tanks within the roads division yard at 24 Centennial Drive. We're going to proceed with a recorded vote. Again, you can say opposed, yay, nay, whichever is your preference. Councillor Waters. Councillor Derush.
Yay.
Councillor Vatabancourt. Councillor Marchand.
Nay.
Councillor Leroux.
Nay.
Deputy Mayor LaRose.
Nay.
Mayor Rawson.
Opposed?
Motion is defeated.
Thank you. We'll go back to our our Transportation Environmental Services section report. I think Councillor Marchand, there was a consent item or there was referrals at least. But was there consent? We didn't move the actual report.
No, there was no items on consent agenda.
Okay.
And nothing else added.
Okay. Well, we have a referral. So we have a committee of the whole report relating to Transportation Environmental Services section be approved. It's moved by Councillor Marchand. Seconded by Deputy Mayor LaRose. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. I'm going to turn it to Councillor Derush for the Finance and Corporate Services section.
Certainly. Excuse me. The Finance and Corporate Services had 4 matters for consideration. The first item was the Fire and Emergency Services Dispatch Services Agreement with Barrie Fire and Emergency Services. It was recommended that council enter into a 5-year agreement or until 2028. The second item was the community-based strategic plan. It was recommended that the plan be approved, promoted through a brochure and updated annually. The third matter was the arena financial contribution from the Township of Tiny. I have an interest in this item given my employment as Director of Recreation for the Township of Tiny, and as such, I'm declaring a disqualifying interest and ask that this item be considered separately from the minutes. The final item was the Youth Endowment Fund Annual Report. It was recommended that the Community Wellbeing Committee suggest how the annual grant be dispersed annually to benefit youth. On behalf of the section, I ask that council approve the recommendations as presented. And I will pass that back to you.
Thank you, Councillor Derush. Just for the record, can you just confirm for me the one that's a conflict, and I'll just make sure we exclude that on the
The item that is that I'm in conflict with is the arena financial contribution from the Township of Tiny.
Okay, so council, we have so the recommendations contained within the committee of the whole report relating to Finance and Corporate Service section be approved. It's moved by Councillor Derush, minus the conflicted article that Councillor Derush, which we'll do separate in a minute. I'll look for a seconder. Councillor Leroux? Okay. Are there any comments or questions on the items minus the one that we've excluded? Comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. And now we're going to move on to the recommendations contained in the committee of the whole report related to the finance and corporate services section. And I'll ask the clerk if that section's handy, but the section that the deputy, or sorry, that Councillor Rush is in conflict, do we just know the number that we can reference?
It is section 14, sorry, section 9B, number 3.
Thank you. 9B, number 3. I'll look for a mover on this item, please. Councillor Marchand, seconder, Councillor Vadabonker. Let the record show that Councillor DeRush has declared a conflict and is not voting on this item. Further comments or questions on this item? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried again. Councillor DeRush did not vote on that motion. All right, moving right along. Look at us, eh? 15th presentation consideration report from special committees. I'm gonna look at the council. We've been going for 3 hours. Anybody need to take a pause before we get into our next motion? Do we need to do wellness checks? Or are we good to continue? I'm looking to my left. Everyone's saying they're good. Looking to my right. Everyone's saying they're good. Here we go. We did that just Thad, right? Because everyone's like, we were here for this. Here we go. 16 motions, of which notice has been previously given. The way this works is a motion is presented at a previous council. So last month, this motion was presented. Council does not debate it. We don't talk about it. We give it a month and we come back, and that's where we do that tonight. So we have a motion. It's moved by Councillor George Vadabonker, seconded by Mayor Rawson. Whereas the town of Pentanguishene has purchased property at 51 Dunlop Street and designated a site for a future multi-use recreation center. And whereas the President Separate School Board of the town of Pentanguishene, Brookville Elementary School has a space and is looking to build a new school on an expanded site. And whereas the town of Pentanguishene is in need of affordable rental housing and has expressed interest in working with the county of Simcoe for the provision of such housing in Pentanguishene. Be it resolved that the council of the town of Pentanguishene expresses its desire to work with the Protestant Separate School Board to establish a new Brookville Elementary School on the property of 51 Dunlop Street for the provision space to allow for basketball, volleyball, pickleball, and other indoor sports that can be physically linked to the new town recreation center to create a multi-use recreation hub. Be it resolved that as a condition of working with the Protestant Separate School Board on the provision of the site for its elementary school, the school board will be required to donate its current school site at 39 Burke Street to the town. Be it resolved that the council of the town of Pentanguishene expresses its desire to work with the county of Simcoe through the mechanism of a call for proposal and or current request for information in the provision of affordable rental housing on the former Brookville School property, subject to obtaining the property from the Protestant Separate School Board by donating the property to the county of Simcoe at the town as a town's contribution. Be it resolved that the council of the town of Pentanguishene communicate its desire to work with the Protestant Separate School Board of the town of Pentanguishene, the county of Simcoe, and the Ministry of Education on these initiatives. Finally, be it resolved that pending a positive response to council's decision from the Protestant Separate School Board and the county, a task force be created with representatives from all parties to explore this opportunity further. So I have a motion, I have a mover and a seconder. I'm going to turn it to the mover, Councillor Vadabonker, to introduce and speak to, and then we'll open up to Councillor for comments and questions. Councillor Vadabonker.
Thank you, Worship. When I ran for re-election in 2022, I had 8 priorities, 3 of which are determine the future use of 51 Dunlop Street, the former PSS site, support Brookville in its quest for a new school, and bring more affordable housing to Pentanguishene. We as a council have already determined that 51 Dunlop is to be the location of the town's new arena and community center on the 12.9 acres of property. With my involvement in youth sports, basketball in particular, I thought about how we could add a triple gym to the arena and have it function as a recreation hub for all kinds of sports. My thoughts turned to working with the Protestant Separate School Board to build a new Brookville Elementary School on a portion of the property that would include a triple gym connected to the arena along with other community uses. In exchange, my proposal is the school board would donate the current location of Brookville to the town for a future affordable housing project, working with the county of Simcoe. In order to proceed with this initiative, council direction is required. I firmly believe that what I'm proposing can work on the property, but details would have to be flushed out. To that end, I'm proposing that a task force or a committee be struck to explore this opportunity further. I've already spoken to the Protestant Separate School Board in the County of Simcoe, and they are interested in exploring the idea further. I'm now asking for council support. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Vadabunker. I'm going to open the floor to council. Comments and questions on the motion before us. Deputy Mayor.
Just one, Your Worship, just so we're clear, because of the things that have been answered and questioned here tonight. This is all contingent on a lot of things. This is contingent on, as their director said, them receiving funding from the province. It would be dependent on what money the town could come up with. It would be dependent on what the county could do with the existing Brookvale site. So what you're asking of us tonight then is just basically setting up your task force to make sure that all the appropriate questions can proceed forward. If that's correct, what would happen if it doesn't work? Do we just stick to status quo? That's my two options, Your Worship.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Follow up, Councillor Vadabunker.
Well, to be honest, Mr. Deputy Mayor, my mind hasn't turned to what might happen if it doesn't work. Certainly, I'd like to see us try with respect to this. As was indicated, there are a lot of unanswered questions. There are a lot of things that would have to fall into place. But if we don't start with something, then we'll never know. And so this is to basically start, have the conversations, see if this is something that people are interested in pursuing, start to answer some of those questions, and then deal with the issues as they arise. And hopefully, we're able to knock them off, and it's a plus. So.
Thank you. Any further comments, questions from members of council? Councillor Mershaw.
Thank you, Your Worship. A couple things. There's a lot of moving parts in this motion, and there's a lot of, if this happens, then perhaps the next thing can happen, and then so on and so forth. So I know that I appreciate that this perhaps checks off a whole bunch of things that are needed from a town's perspective. I know we are looking at affordable housing, Brookvale needing some new space and location. And certainly, I think it's been loud and clear for many years about a new community center, whether that's an arena, a gymnasium and a shared space. There are a lot of really great initiatives through various municipalities right across the province. As a mom of a hockey player, you get to see all these different really great community arenas and communities coming together to make these shared spaces. I've never been in a space where it's been a shared school with a gym or an arena. And I think there's a lot of things that come to surface with that in terms of restrictions around not being able to use the gymnasium during, Monday to Friday during school hours when there's, phys ed classes would be considered and utilized. We, have availability in the evening. So I think there's some things around that needs to be looked at. As a parent, you have to have a vulnerable sector screening to do anything within a school zone. How do you make those distinctions? When you have that shared space, we have the responsibility to keep everybody safe from that perspective. I personally feel, as I look at this motion, and we did have a report come to council to look at some options for 51 Dunlop. And those were, we still have reports that are due back to us to talk about how much space is needed to even look at a community center. I'm not sure how many acres and space is needed to put a school. I feel that perhaps this is the horse before the cart, or the cart before the horse, in terms of making that final decision on how big do we want that community center, and is the school going to be there first, and then whatever's left, we kind of create that community space. So I absolutely respect and understand that Brookvale is growing exponentially and needs a new home. And we want to make sure that that home stays within Penetanguishene. But I feel strongly that 51 Dunlop Street was really dedicated to how we would use this for the community, for all ages, for all citizens. And I think there's a bit more work that needs to be done. This motion, I struggle with it because there's so many items in here that are beyond our control. And I understand about starting the dialogue, but I don't know if we're starting the dialogue. Another dialogue needs to happen before this one starts. So those are just a few of my comments and feedback on that particular space. And for those of you who were at, that Hall of Fame dinner, I think every citizen of Penetanguishene who got up and spoke said, we need this new recreation center. We've been talking about it for a long time, and we continue to talk, and we haven't taken any action towards that. So we need to make big decisions for the future, not just for the next 4 years while I'm sitting up here at the microphone. Thank you.
Any other members of council, comments or questions? Councillor DeRush.
Thank you so much. I feel that this motion is premature. I agree that as we get closer to deciding what we want to do with 51 Dunlop, and I know we've agreed that we do want to make it a home of a multi-use rec center, but as a township, as a town, and as a community, we haven't even decided, is it going to be a one rink, 2 rinks? Is it going to be a gym? Is it going to be a track? We haven't decided the scope of what we want to do. And again, that's how we've kind of pinned ourselves with our current site, is that we've outgrown it. And now we're limited to any kind of expansion. So we need to go elsewhere. And we want to make sure that when we begin to envision our site at 51 Dunlop, that we can accommodate changing recreation needs, some trends, some growth, some patterns. And I think if we decide now that we want to put our eggs in that one basket, we're going to be eliminating some of those choices moving down the road. And again, I'm not opposed to this idea. Absolutely not. I think it's certainly worth investigating. But I think you're correct. We need a task force, but with a lot more than Burkeville. We need our schools in Penetanguishene to be at the table. We need our partners at the table. We need minor hockey. We need curling. We need all those people at the table so that we can succinctly talk about our needs, what we would like to see, what we need, and how we can fit those pieces together. And if they do come together, that's wonderful. But again, there's so many considerations with our site. It is a 13-acre parcel. I know that within our report, it talks about this facility looking at 10 acres. And I know I was a trustee back in the day, and I know that generally the rule of thumb was 7 acres for a school site. So there's all those things that I struggle with. So I think it needs further discussion. I agree that it's a wonderful idea, and I want to pursue it, but I think we need a lot more people at the table to talk about the needs of this town, including everyone, inclusively other schools who may require needs that will need to be addressed. So Again, I will not be supporting this because to me, it is premature, but I do look forward to conversations in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeRush. Any other members? Councillor Roux.
Thank you, Your Worship. I also, Your Worship, find that this motion is somewhat premature. Agree with many of the comments made by both Councillor Marchand and Councillor DeRush. And there are a lot of ifs on this whole motion. And we know that I sat on the committee in regards to the community center, the consultants that put forward what would be a possible proposal for the site at 51 Dunlop, which we've dedicated to a new recreation community center, and told that we would require 9 to 10 acres. I understand that Burkeville, I think if I recall correctly, when they were talking about it, because I did work with them trying to get the ministry to come forward with funding, they required 5 acres. So you're still talking about 15 acres, and you can't get 15 acres out of 13. So there's a lot of ifs and buts and negotiations to go through. So I'm finding again that know that Burkeville is in dire need, and I certainly would like to see something move forward, but I was also under the impression that we were going to get a report from staff in sometime in the fall, and we are in the fall, in regards to moving forward with the new community center and forming a committee as such. And as Councillor Marchand has indicated, is that with this, I think, is just putting the horse ahead of the cart, whereas the committee that I feel should be formed is the one that should be pulling the wagon, and that to me would be a committee formed to deal with the new community center, of which the committee could be formed. There could be a representative from Burkeville on that committee, looking at and possibly looking at Hub. But at this time, I'm wondering if the mover of this motion would be amenable to a friendly amendment.
Through your worship, yes, I would be.
So, your worship, my friendly amendment would be, number one, is that the very last paragraph in the motion where it says finally, that finally be removed. And that where it says a task force, that be stricken and changed to committee. And that the last paragraph in this motion would read, finally be it resolved that this motion be referred to staff so that they can review and make recommendation to council on the type and composition of a committee, its mandate, its terms of reference, and reporting structure.
Thank you for that, Councillor Roux. It sounds more like an amendment than friendly to me, but we'll see if, does the clerk have the copy of that? No.
Your worship, if it so happens that the mover and seconder are agreeable to the amendment, I can supply the amendment to the clerk.
If you don't mind, could you, just so then we can see it? And then Councillor Vadabonker, I believe is concurring, agreeing to the friendly amendment as presented.
Your worship, yes, Councillor Roux expressed his concerns to me, and we had a conversation about his concerns, and he outlined that he would be proposing a friendly amendment along the lines of what he has just read. And when we reviewed that, I felt that I could support it as a friendly amendment.
Can we just go backwards, Councillor? I just want to write what you're saying. So last paragraph, I believe what you said was task force. We're removing that. We're adding the word committee. Is that correct?
Remove, yes, remove finally.
So it resolved that. Pending the positive response of council's decision from the Protestant Separate School Board in the county.
A committee
be created with representatives from all parties to explore this opportunity further.
Okay.
And then I think you said new paragraph after that.
The new paragraph after that, your worship, would read, finally, be it resolved that this motion be referred to staff so that they can review and make recommendation to council on the type and composition of a committee, its mandate, terms of reference, and reporting structure.
Thank you. Councillor Vladimir, I've got it written down. Now I'm good. You're good with that as a friendly amendment?
Yes, your worship, I am.
As a seconder, I'll accept that as a friendly amendment as well. I'm going to turn to you, Councillor Walsh. I think you wanted to speak. I turned to Councillor Leroux. Yeah, I'm not putting you on the spot. Did you want to speak to the motion before us? The motion before us, however you want it to be.
Yeah, on the one before, I don't feel that it's council's responsibility to look after the school. However, I feel that we should be looking at all opportunities to reduce our cost, and by partnering with the school. I think that's a good thing to do. In regards to the land area, I would like to see some extra land there. It's been stated that, the land's going to be tight, and I think if we had a vertical build as opposed to a horizontal build in buildings, we would have ample land so that in the future, if we decide we want to put in something else, that there would be room for it. So by going to a horizontal build instead of a lateral build, we have lots of land, shared costs, so we're not having to spend millions to build gymnasiums and stuff when we can perhaps share them, and parking that we can share, and there's so many things that we can share that I think it's a positive thing to try and share our resources. And we're lucky enough that at this time that Burkeville is considering partnering with us, and it's a good opportunity to get the rec center we want at a cost that maybe we can afford.
Thank you, Councillor Waters. Any other members, any comments? My comments, we had a member of the public tonight speak at the start of the meeting about the municipality has no jurisdiction in education. I wholeheartedly agree. We don't. But we also don't have jurisdiction in other areas like health, and we provide financial compensation for healthcare and physician recruitment and the like. And the community is looking to us as leaders to help create an opportunity. And the opportunity is a new recreation center. And right now I've been advocating, I'm going to say in the committee of the whole tonight, that our partners aren't coming to the table with money. And I'm referring to some of our municipal partners that aren't paying their fair share. My focus and goal is our community. And our community is saying they want a community center. And I think a community center is different to everybody. I think it means something to one group. I think it means something to somebody else. I think community center is a place for us to gather and a place for people to be where they're at. I love this quote that Churchill said, and I thought about it tonight when Councillor Marshall was talking about the Sports Hall of Fame, because it's true. At Sports Hall of Fame a few weeks ago, there's a lot of comments about a new rec center, and a lot of the people don't pay tax in the town, but they're talking about a rec center and coming together in a community center. But my quote's from Sir Winston Churchill, who said, "We shape our buildings. Thereafter, they shape us." And that's what's happening in our educational institutions. That's what's happening in our recreation and our sports program and all the rest. Now, what we've heard is that a new community center is going to be in the tune of about $40 million. I suspect by the time this council moves forward with 1 pad, 2 pad, 3 pad, 1 rink, whatever it looks like, that's going to be north of 40. I am having a hard time understanding how this municipality is going to pay for that. I really don't know. And I think it's incumbent upon us to find as many opportunities as we can. I think collaborating with Burkeville School and having a community center that works for the children of Burkeville through an education, and we can do it through pickleball at night and other forms, I think that's smart. This motion merely allows our staff the ability to have a conversation. It enables staff to start the work to bring forward some recommendations. At no time tonight are we saying, order the cement trucks and let's start the work tomorrow. Just saying, let's start the conversation. There's still a lot of work to happen. But staff don't have the authority to go and reach out to Burkeville and say, let's work together. I love the motion because it accomplishes so much. And I think the community is looking to us to lead. And I love it because we're looking at some partnerships like the housing. I think that's a huge thing that we can help the community with. I want to talk about AMO. AMO is our Association of Municipalities of Ontario. And we have a conference which was in London this year. And we asked for a few delegations. We were only successful in one. And it wasn't a formal delegation. We're walking down the hallway and I bumped into shoulders with Minister Lecce, our Minister of Education. And I said to the minister, I said, so Burkeville's been asking for a new school for some time. And his response was there's 400, I think he said 444 schools in the queue for capital requests right now. He said, they're all not going to get them. And I said to him, I said, what's the ministry's thoughts, the concepts of this community hub idea? And his eyes opened up and said, you know what, we only have 40 school applications that are community hubs. And he said, they're going on the top of the line. And he said, remind me, Burkeville's in Minister Dunlop's riding, right? Yep. If that means we get some financial support from the Ministry of Education to help a portion of this community center, that's good business. That's smart business, I think. And I think that's what this is doing, is providing us an opportunity to have that conversation. I've had conversations with Minister Dunlop, and she wholeheartedly supports this as a hub analogy. My honest opinion is this: Burkeville won't get a new school. You're not going to get one on your own. We need to collaborate and we need to work together. That's the reality. And I think if we look at health, we have health hubs. We have a health hub in Midland, and people are coming together and sharing resources to help the community, the broader community. That's what we need to do here. I had a conversation with our member of parliament, Adam Chambers, loves the idea. And I think if we look at this from not just the residents of the town of Penetanguishene paying for a $40 million rec center, and we go, how do more people contribute and pay for a center that helps more people and we get more funding? I think that's smart. I think that's what people are asking of us. Is the motion complex? Maybe, but you're asking us to lead. And to me, leading is listening to you and providing an opportunity for the future. I think it's great. I want to thank Councillor Vadabunkar for bringing this forward. And I know it's been a lot of work. We talked about this in January, and just thank you. That's my comments. Further comments or questions from any members of council before we call for the vote? Now, council, we have a friendly amendment before us. Do you want me to repeat the friendly amendment, or is everyone good with the motion that we have? Good? Good with friendly? Okay. Further comments or questions, council? All right, the motion's before us. We've read it. It's friendly. It's moved in second. We're going to call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That motion is carried. I just want to set the stage. This is just allowing our staff to have a conversation, and the friendly amendment now is asking staff to come back to council with a report, which will come at our future committee of the whole, but we set the stage. So thank you for your participation. I want to thank your leadership, Chair Cousins. Thank you. I'm moving on. Number 17 is notice of motion. Do any members of council have a notice of motion for council tonight? Your ticket lasts for the rest of the night, folks. You don't need to leave. We still have lots more on the queue. 18 is consideration of bylaws. We have a motion that Council of the Town of Penetanguishene introduce the following bylaws. 2023-53 being a bylaw to authorize the execution of an agreement with Marsh Canada. We'll just be 2 more minutes. Everyone just give a second. 2 more minutes, please. For the provision of municipal insurance and risk management service for the Town of Penetanguishene for the period of January 1st, 2024 to December 31st, 2028. Bylaw 2023-54 being a bylaw to exempt certain lands from part lot control for 200 Fox Street. Bylaw 2023-55 being a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw 2022-17 as amended by the corporation of the Town of Penetanguishene. 2023-56 being a bylaw to amend the zoning bylaw 2022-17 as amended of the corporation of the Town of Penetanguishene. 2023-57, going too fast. A bylaw to appoint Allied Universal Security Services Canada Limited at Waypoint Center for Mental Health Penetanguishene as municipal law enforcement officers. 2023-58 being a bylaw to authorize the entering into a dispatch and information communication services agreement with the city of Barrie. Bylaw 2023-59 being a bylaw to declare surplus and authorize the sale of part of the bed of Penetanguishene Bay of Georgian Bay, Town of Penetanguishene, County of Simcoe, more particularly described as Part 1 being Part PIN 58444-0251 in the Town of Penetanguishene. Bylaw 2023-60 being a bylaw to declare surplus and authorize the sale of part of the bed of Penetanguishene Bay of Georgian Bay, Town of Penetanguishene, County of Simcoe, more particularly described as Parts 1, 2, and 3, being part of PIN 58444-025 in the Town of Penetanguishene. Bylaw 2023-61 being a bylaw to authorize the execution of agreement regarding lands municipal known as 120 Military Road. Bylaw 2023-62 being a bylaw to amend the zoning bylaw 2022-17 as amended of the corporation of the Town of Penetanguishene. Let the bylaws be read a first time, deemed to be read a second time, a third time, and carried. I'll look for a mover. Councillor Marchand, a seconder. Councillor Drush. Comments or questions on the bylaws as presented? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. 19 is our County of Simcoe update. The mayor and deputy mayor of all 60 municipalities in the County of Simcoe sit on county council. To myself and the deputy mayor there. And the deputy mayor comes back to council to report to you what we've done at council. So I'll turn it over to you, deputy mayor.
Thank you, your worship. We're going to make it quick after all those bylaws. Holy geez. busy night tonight. Of interest to most of us at this table would be that the county has purchased 2 units for affordable housing. They're located on Mariah Street and consist of 8 separate units. So that's good news for us to help with our stock in that respect. On the same line, county's also introducing a dashboard computer program that tracks the availability of emergency shelter and rooms that are available. And it's actually going to go public next week. So any member of the public, any member of council will be able to look it up. And it tells you all 4 divisions of the county, north, south, east, and west, of what rooms are available for emergency shelter for reasons. And we looked at it on Tuesday when we were there. We got a sample of it, and our area right now is being used from our housing collapse on Main Street. The residents there are using that system. So we could actually go in and track. You don't see names around there, obviously, but just to see what's available there. So that was kind of nice. The only other thing I'll touch on quickly is that the county is looking at for our next meeting to approve some grant funding for higher education. So we've had 2 requests, one from Georgian College and one from University of Lakehead in Aurelian. One's not quite as much as the other, but they're both helping to expand. One is for the trades program and one is for a large expansion to Lakehead and Aurelia. So that will be coming forward, and we'll be able to look to that till next month.
Deputy Mayor, thank you so much. And members of council have comments or questions for the Deputy Mayor on County Simcoe? Seeing none. Do any members have any announcements or inquiries? Council Mershaw.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just one quick announcement. I'd encourage the community and members of council to take a look at the SSCA website. They are reviewing their strategic plan for the next 5 years. You can complete the survey online, and it's due by October 30th, and their website is severnsound.ca.
Thank you, Councilor Mershaw. Councilor Leroux.
Thank you, Your Worship. Pleased to announce the 80-year anniversary of one of Penetanguishine's businesses. Aslan Insurance, just across the street from here, are celebrating a 3rd generation of this business, and there will be an open house in recognition of their 80th anniversary on Monday, October 23rd, from 1:30 p.m. to 4 p.m.
Thank you, Councilor Leroux. Any other members? Any announcements or inquiries? COEs. I neglected to ask you earlier, so I'm going to ask you now. Any announcements or inquiries from your administration staff? I have one. Last time we celebrated the fire service and great work, but I want to commend you, COEs, you and your entire team. I know it's been a work on everyone's part. I won't name names because there's too many, but this has been tremendous work that everyone's done to really support the events on Main Street and supporting those that have been displaced in the businesses. So I just know it's been not in the work plan, but everyone's adjusted. And I just want to say thank you to you and everybody on the team that's, worked to make this as best of an outcome as you can. So thank you so much. Moving on to 21 is our confirmation bylaw. I have a bylaw that the confirmation bylaw 2023-63 be signed and sealed by the mayor and clerk. Look for a mover, Councilor Mershaw, seconder, Councilor Drush. Comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. We'll look for a motion to adjourn at 9:39, moved by Councilor Leroux, seconded by Councilor Vedabunker. Call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. We're going to recess for about 10 minutes, and then we're going to move into our next meeting, Committee of the Whole. Here we go. All right, welcome back. We're going to start our committee of the whole meeting. I'm going to call our committee of the whole meeting to order for Wednesday, October the 11th, 2023 at 9:50 p.m. We have a motion to recommend action of the committee of the whole agenda for October the 11th, 2023 be approved as presented. We'll look for a mover. Councillor Vadabunker, seconder, Councillor Waters. Comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor and opposed? That is carried. There is declaration of pecuniary interest. Any members have a declaration of pecuniary interest tonight? Seeing none, floors, presentations, delegations, we don't have one. 5 is our council information package. Do any members have any items on the council information package they would like to speak to? Councillor Vadabunker.
Thank you, your worship. Just a couple of comments, if I may, both on the September 20th council information package and the October 4th one, if I may. Just on the September 20th, I appreciated seeing the September 6th letter to the Solicitor General, following up on the meeting from April 18th on this CNCC policing costs and repeating the invitation to visit Penetanguishene. Also on the September 20th CIP is the Waypoint Center for Mental Health Care 2022-2023 annual report. And the 24-page report is chock full of information on what's going on at the hospital. And, one of the highlights is they recently attained accreditation with exemplary standing from Accreditation Canada, which is quite a rare feat. With respect to the October 4th council information package, I noted the letter from the Huron-Wendat Nation in support of the Penetanguishene Heritage Day. And there's also the OPP Municipal 2024 annual billing statement letter there. And I'm not sure how that one is dealt with. It's on the council information package, but it pertains to the 2024 budget. So I'm not sure how it gets incorporated within the 2024 budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vadabunker. I know I was sent the billing statement, the treasurer and the CEO. I'm trying to get most of the correspondence, like you mentioned, about the Solicitor General for council's review and public's review. I know the treasurer has the budget and will be included with the budget when it's presented to us for the OPP billing. Thank you as well for bringing up about the Solicitor General letter. Just to speak to that, it's been a little frustrating. We did the delegation back in May. We've been promised a date. I'm going to move a referral item tonight that we look at putting on a little more pressure on that, but thanks for bringing that forward tonight. Any other members have any council information package items you'd like to discuss? Seeing none, we have recommended that the council information package having been given due consideration be received for information. I'll look for a mover. Deputy Mayor LaRue, seconder. Councillor Roux. Look for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. I'm going to turn the chair over to Councillor Marchand for section 6A, Transportation Environmental Services section.
Thank you, your worship. Under the consent agenda for Transportation and Environmental Services, it's recommended that the following consent agenda item, having been given due consideration, be received for information. There's a memo from Director of Public Works with regards to the County of Simcoe Transportation Master Plan update. Can I get a mover for that? Deputy LaRose, seconder. Councillor LaRue. Any questions or comment about that consent agenda item? Seeing none, can I get a call for a vote? All those in favor? Motion carried. Thank you. Second, under matters for consideration, we have 2 items. The first one is the Procurement Policy Amendment Bylaw 2022-49, ENG 2023-10. It's the recommended action is that the items that the items presented in the report be approved for amending the existing procurement policy bylaw 2022-49. Just a high level overview. This policy is reviewed on a regular basis. There's 7 changes that are being proposed. Most of them are housekeeping items. Also some re-inclusion of language that had been omitted from a previous bylaw at that point. Okay. Any other additional questions or anything else to add, Brian, with that one?
No, Madam Chair, that was a good synopsis.
Okay. Sorry, do I need to read the full? I didn't read the full amendment.
Yeah, there's just that second part of the motion, but
Sorry.
no, that's okay.
And that the clerk be directed to bring forward the necessary updated procurement bylaw for consideration, engineering 2023-10 procurement policy update. Can I get a mover? Deputy Betancourt and seconder, I'm sorry, Councillor DeRush, I'm hitting the end here. My apologies. Any questions or comments with regards to that, with the proposed bylaw? Seeing none, can I call for a vote? All in favor? Opposed? None? Okay, motion is carried. Thank you. Second item we have is Thompson Road West Road Opening, Engineering 2023-09. Recommended action that the road extension parcel identified as part 2, 3, 4, and 5, Plan 51R-41035 and Block 85, Plan 51M-887, located between Main Street and Santa Ma Road, be assumed as part of the public highway known as Thompson Road West, and that the staff be directed to bring forward the necessary bylaw for council approval. Engineering 2023-9 Thompson Road West opening, reference BJM attachment number 1 for the TRWR plan. Whew. This is a formal request to council to open the extension of Thompson Road West. This would be for Main Street and Santa Ma Road. This is the assumption of the public highway for that particular extension and opening of that road. Can I get a motion to Deputy LaRose, seconder, Councillor DeRush? Any questions or comments? Yes, Your Worship.
Just a small question. I'm just wondering if the director can just give us an idea when people might see curbs or pavement or asphalt. When might we see some of the work? I think this motion sounds coming soon, but can you just give us an idea?
Yes, thank you through you, Madam Chair, to His Worship. We are expecting concrete curb to start early next week and be completed along with sidewalk. The same contractor is also doing the curb and sidewalk on Harriet Street, so that'll be done at the same time. And the base asphalt, which we'll be placing on Thompson and Harriet, will be done in the following weeks.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Opposed? None? Motion is carried. Thank you. And great work on that. I think we're all anxious to see that that road open up as well. Referrals to upcoming agenda for staff, that the Transportation Environmental Services section endorse the following additional and existing referral to upcoming agendas and staff. Stormwater management best practice and engineering standard it was been updated to be presented for Q4 of 2023. The traffic calming measures on road and sidewalk with priority of streets with no sidewalks that had been brought forward, and I think we can remove that. We
deferred that back to staff at our last council.
Thank you. So it's been updated. It's coming back Q4 2023. RV pump station to empty black water holding tanks, Q4 of 2023. And then culvert policy, looking to have that in Q1 of 2024. Is there anything else that anyone is looking to add to the referral list? Seeing none, can I get a mover? Right. Deputy Councillor Waters, my apologies, seconder. Deputy LaRose, okay. I'm sorry, all those in favor? And then opposed, that motion is carried. Any questions from the public or the media with regards to anything presented under this section? Seeing none, I turn it gratefully back over to you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Chair Marcia. I'm going to turn the chair over to you, Councillor Waters, for RCS.
Thank you. For the Recreation and Community Services, we start with the consent agenda. Tonight we have 3 items. And the motion reads that the following consent agenda items, having been given due consideration, be received for information. The first being a memo from the Director of Recreation and Community Service. The second being an active transportation program summary, number RCS-2023-21, and the third being a third-party event report for 2023, number RCS-2023-22. Anybody wish to pull any of those items? Councillor Marshall.
Sorry, I don't want to pull them, but I just wanted to make a comment and just highlight that Melanie had done a tremendous job with us, and the reports that she provided on active transportation and the work that was done in September to promote that was really great. We were sad to see her go. She certainly did a lot of really valuable work for the town of Penetanguishene, and I really enjoyed working with her on the Trails Committee as well. So just wanted to really highlight that there was a lot of really great work and a lot of really great effort in that first week of really, encouraging us to be active from a transportation perspective. A lot of good learnings and a lot of great, good community participation. So just wanted to really say thank you and highlight that.
Thank you.
Councillor Waters.
So I guess we're going to Councillor Vadabonker.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Waters. Just a comment with respect to the third-party event report. I thought it was very well done. I really appreciated all the information in the report, and it's great to see so many special events occur in our community, and it's just well done. And I wanted to just mention that this evening. Thank you.
Well, I guess we're going to receive the discussed items for information, and we need a mover. Councillor Marshall, seconder, Councillor DeRush. And I guess we'll go for a vote. All in favor? And we've got another winner. And matters for consideration tonight, we have none. And our referrals for upcoming agenda. It's pretty easy, the same as last month. Does anybody want to add or remove anything? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Fee waiver request policy. I believe we did deal with that last month. Anybody remembering? Yeah. Yeah, geez, we got one nodding. All right.
So I guess the fee waiver is going to be taken off the list. Other than that, we have the existing referrals, which is the Champlain Cultural Event, Winnorama Growth and Expansion, Communities in Bloom Championship, Digital Signs Modernization Fund Report, and which we should be hearing about soon, and the options for an accessible mat at the municipal beaches. And I guess we need a mover and a seconder. Deputy Mayor and Councillor DeRush. All in favor? And we had another winner. Any questions from the media or public? And we have none, and we'll let our mayor get us through the night.
Thank you. We're going to move on to section 8C, Planning Community Development Service section. I turn the chair to Councillor Vadabonker.
Thank you, Worship. Referring to the Planning and Community Development Services section agenda, we have 5 referral items. The Economic Advisory Committee meeting minutes of July 10th, the memo from the short-term rental licensing officer dealing with the parking study 2023, a memo from the municipal law enforcement officer monthly activity report, September 2023, memo from the Director of Planning and Community Development, third quarter Planning and Community Development Department update, and a memo from the short-term licensing rental licensing officer, short-term rental licensing bylaw review. Does anybody have any comments or would like to pull any of those items? Yes, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Item number 5, the memo from the short-term rental licensing officer. Okay. Any other items? I think I saw Councillor Waters' hand. Yes.
Regarding the downtown parking, I read the report and it seems to indicate that everything is fine down there. They apparently check the parking twice a day or something. Downtown parking is at a premium at the best of times. we're very short staffed, and very short on the quantity of parking that we do have, and especially now with what's going on, but that's beside the point. But under perfect conditions, downtown parking just sucks. We have less parking now for we have less parking now than we had 40 some years ago when I first started in business. So I think it's time that maybe we try to improve our parking downtown.
Thank you, Counselor, for those comments. Any other comments or any other items to be pulled? Your worship?
Thanks. I'll just ask Councilor Waters, we can just keep it PG, please. The CEO and I have walked the downtown prior to September 7th was our last time. I would echo some of the comments about parking. We've heard that from the business community, but I'm not hearing the number of spaces. I'm hearing more about enforcement when we're at the businesses. I do know the CEO has acknowledged that. He's taken the comments from the business community. So we are hearing that, but I think it's more about some of that enforcement piece. And again, I know the CEO has that and is working with his team with that. So.
Thank you, worship. Any further comments? Seeing none. So the recommended action is that the following four consent agenda items, that would be items 1 to 4, having been due consideration, be received for information. May I have a mover, please? Thank you, Councilor Marchand. A seconder, Deputy Mayor LaRose. Any further comment? All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. So the one item that was pulled was the memo from the short-term rental licensing officer. And Mr. Deputy Mayor, perhaps I can ask the director just to provide a quick summary of the report, and then we can get into the questions.
Thank you, through you, Councillor Vadaboncourt. So I'll try and be pretty brief with this report. As you all know, as of January 1st of this year, our short-term rental licensing bylaw came into effect. And so we initiated that through a decision of council last fall. And so when we enacted the short-term rental bylaw this summer, we did hire a summer's contract staff who was our short-term rental licensing officer, and it was their role to get the program up and going. So we were successful in recruiting for a part-time role this summer in that short-term rental licensing officer. What the findings were is what we committed to council to come back with sort of an update on what we found in the first year. And what we found was we didn't have as many short-term rental properties as we anticipated to have, that we've only had 18 that have gotten licensed, and about 9, I think it was, in various forms of attempted to get licensing or weren't approved for licensing or switched to the type of operation of a business that they had. So our number of licenses were down from what we expected. Similarly with that, this year, for whatever reason, was also quite down in the number of complaints and issues that we had with the operation of short-term rentals. I'm not sure if it's related to the fact that we had a licensing bylaw and there was some new provisions in there about how to operate, or if it was just the season itself, but we did have less complaints than we have in years past without the short-term rental bylaw. So as you can see, there's a little bit of the information with the revenue. To date, we've slight profit in terms of what we estimate to have revenue for the short-term rental programming. So the cost of operating it, both staff time as well as our third-party company, Granicus, were covered through the application fees we collected, as well as the fines or administrative monetary penalties that we're anticipating to collect. So coming out of this report, we've acknowledged that Granicus has been a good program to have. It makes that 24-hour reporting available, and people use that feature and found that beneficial to the town. But we did note that the role of the short-term licensing officer, because of the few permits or licenses we did receive, didn't require a lot of staff time to work on that. So we're now established our program. We have all the forms and all the processes set up for this year. And so we're suggesting that officer, contract officer position isn't needed moving forward. hopefully that's as quick as and brief as I can be.
Thank you, Madam Director. Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple quick questions. If council will recall, we passed a policy that said this would cost nothing to our taxpayers. That was the end amendment the last time we did it. So I wonder, missing half of our estimated revenue, what will the new licensing fee be proposed for next year?
So through you, Councillor Badamokar to Deputy Mayor LaRose. So we're not proposing to make any changes to the licensing fee. We are predicting a decrease in the amount of revenue we're going to receive as part of people being licensed next year. But through what we use for Granicus for the third party, and without that staffing officer, we do anticipate that with penalties and fines that there will be no taxation impact. So I don't have a number of what that may look like, but we're not expecting it. There will be a taxation impact moving this program forward.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Mr. Deputy Mayor? Any other questions for members of council on this report? Okay, seeing none, may I have a mover then to receive the memo from the short-term rental licensing officer on the licensing bylaw review. Mover, Councillor Marshall, and a seconder, Councillor LaRue. Any further comments? Seeing none. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Moving to matters for consideration, we have one matter for consideration, and this is the report from the public meeting that was held in September, dealing with the proposed rezoning of 200 Fox Street and 2 Hope Street. And the recommended action is that the council of the town of Penetanguishene has determined that zoning bylaw amendment application ZA 9-2023 is consistent with provincial policy statement and conforms to the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, the County of Simcoe official plan, and the town of Penetanguishene official plan, and that zoning bylaw amendment application ZA 9/2023 concerning 200 Fox Street and 2 Hope Street be approved. And finally, that council pass a bylaw to amend the town of Penetanguishene comprehensive zoning bylaw 2022-17 to enact zoning amendment 9/2023. May I have a mover for this? Councillor LaRue, a seconder, Deputy Mayor LaRose. The director's report is pretty comprehensive. Members of council, you're interested in the director providing a brief overview? Okay, seeing none. Any questions or comments on this report? Okay, having been duly moved and second, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? The motion carries. There are 4 referral items listed, and we have dealt with one earlier under the council meeting, and that was the Beaulieu Drive Road options. So that one could come off. We have the vacant commercial property options, and that's was put on the agenda by Mayor Rawson. ATV, excuse me, ORV pilot project. Mayor Rawson again had suggested that be put on the referral list, and the cell tower public notification procedure. Mayor Rawson. Excuse me, a little dry throat. Are there any new referral items to, thank you. New referral items to be added? And we have the one coming off, so I'll get through this. So the motion reads that the Planning and Community Development Services section endorse the following existing referrals to upcoming agendas and staff as amended, and the amendment would be taking the Beaulieu Drive options off. I have a mover for that. Deputy Mayor LaRose, second by Councillor DeRush. Any further comments or questions on this? Seeing none, all those in favor? Okay, any questions from the media and the public on anything that we dealt with? you'd have to go to the, yeah.
Hi, I'm Lindsay DeMonkis. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. I visited you all mid-June to talk about the short-term license. And this question is in regards to that. I was waiting for you to address the public, but you didn't, or if we could ask a question. So my question is, when you look at potentially with the bylaw, are you open to considering a different number for the amount of guests? I currently, because of zoning amendments, I ran my home as a bed and breakfast. But if I was to consider to do an Airbnb, I'm just wondering, you have the number at 8 for the amount of people that can be in a home, like, and my house is a larger house and could easily fit 10. So that's just like a question that I was wondering for the future reference. Because when the council came together for this bylaw, it was my understanding that the host nobody talked to any of us about it. So that number of 78 Airbnbs dropped down significantly to 18. And I'm one of the people that have been affected by it. So that's why maybe working together, we could be able to have really good bylaws that, could maybe encourage more money in the economy. And, even this whole thing that happened with the downtown core, that building that unfortunately collapsed, that was 16 people. Maybe we don't have a hotel here. Maybe we could have put them in one of these short-term rentals and provide housing that way. Because now our emergency services are being fulfilled, from what I gather from the meetings. So I would just like to hopefully be involved for future conversations, because it is my life. And this summer, I quit my career to be home with my family. And because I couldn't run an Airbnb because of a zoning that I knew nothing about, I spent the whole summer away from my husband. And I never did anything wrong. And nobody ever contacted me on the council. So I'm just still sitting here treading water in limbo, just trying to pay my bills and support my family. So that's how we did it this summer.
Thank you for your question. So just so I understand, it's the question had to do with whether council would be prepared to consider increasing the number of people that stay at a short-term rental. Is that the question? Just so I understand.
Yes. For example, like just some of the logic of the bylaw don't make sense, right? And I talked to the department in regards to it, like I come from a family
Thank you for your question, and we'll take that back. I don't have an answer for you right this second. I don't know if the director has a comment at this particular point in time. I think it's something that we would have to take back and look at. So that's all I can say at this point.
Okay, thank you for your time.
All right, move.
Worship, I'll now turn it back to you.
Thank you. We're going to move on to 9, Section D, Finance and Corporate Services section. I'm going to turn the chair over to Councillor DeRush.
Thank you very much. So this evening, we have 2 consent agenda items. The first has to do with our third quarter financial summary, Finance Report 2023-28. And the second is the Service Excellence Strategy Update, HR 2023-02. The first is pretty standard. There are no surprises in that report. And as for the second, I really enjoyed actually reading that strategy and seeing the progress we've made since it's first got implemented. So it was quite interesting. Does anyone have any questions regarding this item, these 2 items? Seeing none, I'll read the motion that the following consent agenda items, having been given due consideration, be received for information. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Marchand, seconded by Councillor Wedemoker. All in favor? Opposed? The motion is passed. The matters for consideration, we have again 2. The first is regarding our 2024 fees and charges bylaw update, Finance Report 2023-31. The recommended action is that the proposed amendments to the fees and charges be approved and that the new fees and charges take effect January 1st, 2024. And finally, that staff be directed to bring forward the necessary bylaw for council approval. Can I get a mover and a seconder for that motion? Moved by Councillor Leroux, seconded by Councillor Waters. Are there any questions or discussion around these items? Yes, Mayor Rawson.
So I brought this forward last year at our budget cycle. And I've got some concerns with this fees and charges bylaw, specifically with non-resident fees. Right now, I anticipate any day now, we're going to get formal notification from our peers and neighboring municipalities that we'll no longer be funding certain services in the municipality. And I know one of those conversations being had tonight, we've been notified, but council will be ratifying that decision tonight. We now need to take care of our community, and we need to make sure that those that don't pay taxes to our base, that we're getting compensated for that with a user fee. So I just want to make that, stated and clear that we need to have this conversation. I'm going to move an amendment, a referral item that we put this on the docket for further consideration for staff. But I just want everyone to be recognizing that this is going to be a big impact to us, especially as we come into our budget cycle. The impacts that this is going to have from multiple services when neighbors won't be contributing what they once did contribute, and it's going to have an impact, and we're going to have to look at it from this lens.
Thank you for those comments. Any other comments? Yes, Councillor Wedemoker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At Planning and Development Services section, we had a look at this just in particular with the planning fees and had a discussion with the director in terms of some of the application fees increases that are being proposed, and the director explained the rationale behind the increases, and certainly as section we fully understand, and I, speaking as a counselor on the section, I support the recommended increase in the fees. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Robillard, did you want to say anything or comment on the questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you to Mayor Rawson. We did have this same discussion last year as well when we started to do this annual review process. It is a timely process that we do in terms of trying to get it ratified by council before January 1, 2024.
I know certainly with the recreation department, they do reach out quite early to the boat slip renters, et cetera. So just in terms of your comment about deferring it for maybe future information or future work that might be needed, we can certainly, unless there's issues with the content of the changes that departments have proposed this evening, we can certainly do an amendment at any time if there's other impactful information that we need to amend this bylaw for. That would be my suggestion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for those comments. So Mayor Rawson, are you suggesting that we simply go with this recommendation and then add it as a referral item to review at a future date?
Yeah, exactly. I'm not suggesting we defer this. I'm just saying this is a serious topic that needs serious attention. And I want to make sure that staff can come back with appropriate report and recommendations about non-resident fees. I'm going to add that as a referral. I don't want to defer this because I think it's important we do move it forward, but that was what I'll move as a referral.
Sounds
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you. Any other comments or suggestions? No? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. All in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. Our second item is the 2024 Water and Wastewater Annual Indexing and Fee Update, Finance Report 2023-30. The recommended action is that the water and wastewater rates and fees for 2024 be approved as presented and take effect on January 1st, 2024, and that staff bring forward the necessary bylaw amendment for council approval. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor LaRue, seconded by Deputy Mayor LaRose. Any questions or comments regarding this fee update? Don't think any surprises since we did get a report earlier from our consultants about this. Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. Now to our referral items. So we will be adding a review of the fees and charges bylaw, and more specifically as it relates to non-resident fees. Is that correct? We'll add that.
Sorry to interrupt, Madam Chair. We would just normally go through the moving and seconding and you all agreeing that that's what we're going to do. And I think that was what the mayor was intending to do. Okay.
Okay, so the recommendation is that the Finance and Corporate Services section endorse the following additional and existing referrals to upcoming agendas and staff. The first item is a paper ballot consideration in 2026 municipal election. The second is a staff position of grants writer. And the third is the Tiny Township funding agreement for the Penetanguishene Arena. And the fourth is the review that, yeah. So we will.
So this would be a staff report regarding non-resident fees specifically. Do you want, because obviously there are a lot of non-resident fees on the on that fees and charges bylaw, or do you want to actually narrow it down to arena? Like, do you want?
I think the CEO knows. We've had a couple conversations. I think he has clarity on what this looks like.
Yeah, I do, Your Worship. I think if I can suggest that the ask, I think really is to review all existing and potential new non-resident fees for services that are provided by Penetanguishene to other folks outside of this community, which could include new fees for existing services. Is that fair?
Great. Good stuff. Do we have any other comments or additions we want to make to the referrals? Seeing none. Oh, sorry. Councillor Waters, you did?
I was wondering if it would be possible to have the option of monthly billing on the water cycle.
So then you wanted to add that as a staff to come back with a report about monthly billing for water bills.
If I can, maybe that's an operate. I mean, maybe we can take that offline. We can have a conversation with CEO and he can have a conversation with you, if you don't mind.
Okay, so X that. So it stands with the four pieces. All in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. The final one is any questions from the media or public? And I see none, so I will pass it back to the mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeRush. I'm going to adjourn the meeting at 10:30. We'll look for mover, Councillor Marshall, second, Councillor LaRue. All in favor? And that